2. We do have a quorum. I'll call this meeting to order, and we'll begin with opening prayer, and I'll bring that prayer. Right after that, Congressman Gill will lead our pledges, so just remain standing after the prayer if you would. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for this opportunity to come together today and do the business of the county. Lord, we ask your guidance in each and everything that we do today. We're also thankful for our guests today, Lord, that you may watch over them, lead them, and guide them in all they do, not just here, but in their very important jobs that they have working for the United States of America. Lord, we ask that you go with us now through the remainder of this meeting here. Lead, guide, and direct us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. You guys can join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the pledge of the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Item number 5, public comments. Do we have any public comments today?
We do not.
We do not. That brings us right straight to item number 6, which is a presentation and an update and a discussion from U.S. Congressman Brandon Gill. And if you would, sir, just go ahead and go wherever you want to up here. The room is yours.
Awesome. I will I'll stand here and then try to talk both ways at the same time. But first, I've got something for y'all. We've got a America's 250 flag that I'd like to present to you guys. So we got this the commemorative flag from the America's 250th signing. Present to you guys. Either way. Yeah, let's do that. Hang that up and never forget the 250th anniversary now.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm going to try to talk both ways during this, so that I'm not turning my back to anybody. But good to see a lot of good friends here. It's good to see everybody. Thanks for coming. I just want to give a quick update on what's going on in Washington, and then happy to take questions if that's helpful, and we can go in any direction y'all would like. But first of all, thanks for having me out here. Thanks for everything you guys are doing to. There's a ton of work with Cooke County and this entire area growing very, very rapidly. And I know that puts a lot of strain on you guys and on the work that you do, but really appreciate it. Appreciate y'all. Want to be a resource and do anything we can to be helpful. But to jump in, just to give a quick update on what I've been up to in Washington and sort of where we go for the next couple months. We're about probably 3 months out from the midterms right now, which is going to potentially change a lot, or maybe keep things the same. We'll see how that turns out. What I've been up to is doing a lot of work on the committees that I serve on. In Washington, I serve on the House Judiciary, budget and oversight committees. And on the House Oversight Committee, I was recently named chair of the task force on defending constitutional rights and exposing institutional abuses. As part of that, I'll talk a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing there in just a minute. But first, I want to start with the House Budget Committee because that's where a lot of the bigger legislative items have been, where we've been working on some of the bigger legislative items. The House Budget Committee is the committee that shepherds what's called reconciliation through the House. And if you look at a lot of the major things we've done, a year ago we did the massive tax bill where we cut taxes across the board. We repealed half of the Green New Deal, the biggest mandatory spending reform in American history. We did provided over $100 billion for border security and interior immigration enforcement. All of that was done through what's called a reconciliation bill. And a reconciliation bill is a procedural mechanism for essentially getting around the 60-vote filibuster threshold in the Senate. It allows us to pass legislation with a simple majority in the House and a simple majority in the Senate, so it's unique. And there's all kinds of stipulations as to what can and can't go into a reconciliation bill. But I bring that up because that is the House Budget Committee, which I serve on, is the committee that shepherds all of that through the House. It's kind of a unique process, the way that works. And right now, we're working on a third reconciliation bill. It'll be the third one this Congress. So we did the first one was the tax bill. We did a second one, which was a major kind of landmark piece of legislation. We did a second one. Now we're doing a third one. And the purpose of this third bill, which we passed out of the House this past week, is to do a few things. One, it's to provide for military funding that's needed right now, but we also attached to it a bill called the Save America Act. And the Save America Act is a bill that essentially requires that you show a photo ID whenever you vote in American elections, and secondly, that you prove that you're an American citizen before you're eligible to register to vote. It's a bill that I'm sure you guys have heard about. Been in the news a lot. In my opinion, it's one of the most, maybe the most important piece of legislation we could be working on. So we're using that as a procedural vehicle to hopefully get as much of the Save America Act passed as possible. Now, what I'll say about that is that because of the legal restrictions as to what can and can't go into a reconciliation bill, the reality is that we will not be able to pass the entirety of the Save America Act through reconciliation. This is going to be sent over to the Senate. It's in the Senate's hands right now. First of all, we're hoping that the Senate will take it up for a vote. That's a decision that Leader Thune in the Senate makes, and he will probably make that depending on whether he believes he has the votes to pass the bill. And then it goes through what's called a bird bath, and I won't get into all of the weeds here, but there's a sort of a long legislative process where the Senate determines which portions of Save America could and could not be legally part of a reconciliation bill. And that's a determination that's ultimately made by the leader of the Senate, but the Senate parliamentarian has a big say in that as well. So happy to get into the weeds there if you'd like. But that's where we're at with this third reconciliation bill and with the Save America Act. And I wanted to start with that because I know that's probably something that's on a lot of people's minds, certainly at top of mind for me. The second thing that is, I think, of crucial importance for us right now is government funding. So you know that the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. That's a deadline that we have every year. Unfortunately, the way Congress operates is we oftentimes don't pass government funding bills until about midnight on September 30th. It would be funny if it weren't so ridiculous, I guess. But that's how Congress operates. The unique challenge for this year for government funding is that it's an election year. We're heading into a midterm cycle. The midterms will be, I guess, 5 to 6 weeks after that September 30th deadline. So it adds a huge political sort of dimension much more acutely this year than you typically have. So what we did in the House is, in order to avert a shutdown, and candidly, it looks like the Democrats are going to do everything they can to send us into a shutdown for purely political reasons. I hope that I'm wrong, but that's sort of the indication that we've gotten so far. What we passed out of the House this past week is a continuing resolution, not anybody's favorite way of funding the government, but if that's a continuing resolution, meaning continuing the current spending levels, which Republicans passed, so it's a Republican spending level, so that we can avert a shutdown at least through the election. That's another bill that's in the Senate's hands. That's one that, according to current Senate procedure, will require 60 votes in order to pass. We'll see if they'll have the votes to pass that or not. I certainly hope they do, for the sake of the country and for the sake of kind of government continuity. We've seen the disruptions that a shutdown can cause. But that's sort of the second big legislative item that we're tracking and working on very closely. I will say, related to both of those, the House right now is in August recess. The Senate has 2 more weeks before legislative weeks before they go out for August recess. Right now, there's some talk as to whether the Senate might stay in session for a little bit longer, so that they can do things like Save America and work on government funding. We've kind of done our job in the House on both those items. We passed the reconciliation bill, Save America. We passed the continuing resolution. But we'll see what the Senate can do. With that said, those are kind of the big pending legislative items. I spend a lot of my time in Washington on the committees, the other committees that I serve on as well, Judiciary and the House Oversight Committee, especially this task force that I've been chairing. If you think of Congress, the core role of Congress is the power of the purse, legislatively, to fund the government. That's kind of the core constitutional duty. And of course to pass legislation, but we also have, through those 2 committees actually, the ability to launch investigations and to oversee the executive or other parts of civil society. We have the ability to subpoena people, documents, organizations, to bring them before a committee, to ask them questions, to do depositions, kind of all of the above. And the things that I've been working on the task force that I chair are, one, we just recently had a hearing this past week on DEI policies at the American Bar Association. The ABA is the group that sort of oversees law schools across the country. They have the ability to influence admissions policies and really kind of influence curriculum. So we brought in the head of the ABA to ask her about what they were doing with that authority, and we're continuing that investigation. It's my view that the ABA should have no role in accreditation after what is, essentially racial quotas that they've been pushing on law schools. We had a hearing earlier this week as well, overseeing the Smithsonian Institution. That's the museum of, particularly the Smithsonian Museum of American History, that has been pretty much taken over by left-wing activists. So we got to bring them in, ask them questions about what they're doing with their tax dollars. They receive about $1 billion a year to promote exhibits, encouraging illegal aliens to vote, calling Mickey Mouse racist, promoting all kinds of sexual proclivities that we don't need to go into the weeds about. So we got to ask them. So those are some of the things we're doing as part of my task force. We've launched an investigation into 4 different birth tourism companies. These are companies that are making money by facilitating people coming into the country for the purpose of giving birth. So we're working on that. We've been spending a lot of time on Medicaid fraud, particularly in Ohio. We did the big investigation into Minnesota with the Somali Medicaid fraud earlier this year. Now we're focusing on similar fraud in Ohio. So with that said, I could keep going and talk forever, but that's kind of the brief highlights, big picture, and some of the stuff that we're working on, and happy to take questions.
Keep up the good work. I watch your deals all the time. So,
What do you see with our water situation?
Sorry, what was that?
Water situation?
Yeah. So in this past funding cycle, and the one before that, we've got 11 community funding proposals that we put in. We got a lot of those approved. The first two that we got approved were for water treatment facilities and similar things. Those were primarily out in Wise County. I guess the biggest thing that I would say is that if you guys have projects that need funding or sort of anything that I can do to be helpful, just let me know, so that we can try to get those, so that we can try to make those proposals. And we've got Ethan on my legislative team is here, and he works through that process pretty regularly.
Kind of a nationwide problem right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a nationwide problem right now, or at least regionally. Colorado's had issues for quite a while, obviously, and South Texas has been a big issue. So yeah, absolutely.
Have anything?
I watched you on Newsmax during some of the interviews, and it looked like you did a really good job, and we appreciate what you did.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I can't help but laugh at your TikToks too, so whichever one of you guys is helping run that page, they're good.
That was cold. Right there.
Very good, very good.
Like I mentioned before, we see you in action on your committees, and I'd like for you to keep up that good work too. It's very refreshing to see you in action when you're up there doing that, so keep it up.
I appreciate it.
Anybody?
Back here as well. Yes, sir.
Any chance that we're gonna get some sort of form of immigration so people that aren't threatening this country can come in here? I tried to bring my great nephew here to go to college. His paperwork's been sitting on someone's desk for over a year. Already approved and can't get anything. We have to let people immigrate legally. Otherwise they try to do it illegally. It's just a big problem we have right now. We don't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, candidly, before, I don't see big moves legislatively on immigration, at least certainly not before the election, and probably, I think the general consensus is that because of the 4 years under the Biden administration, at least on our side of the aisle, the consensus, I should say, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on interior enforcement before there's a whole lot of appetite for, legal immigration reform. So I think that, we probably have a little bit of time there.
Well, we can get going on removing people that should be here.
Yeah. Agreed.
What about data centers? It's a big talk.
Yeah.
Recently, I've seen a lot of the companies that are very heavily invested in data centers putting out ads to really try to inform the public about the good and what they're doing and what the intent is. So tell us what federal government's doing specifically about data centers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the general, if I were to try to summarize, at least on the Republican side of the aisle, data centers, there's a lot of opportunity there. I think you want to make sure that data centers can control water usage and can properly use energy in a proper way, both of which they're making a ton of progress on. I think once you solve those two, once we kind of get those two issues nailed down, there's a huge opportunity potentially here for jobs and tax revenue. But those are big issues that need to be, those are big issues. thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank
I
you. You bet.
appreciate it. Yep. And again, let me know if there's anything that we can do to be helpful for anybody. We've got our team, Melanie, right there. Melanie does all kinds of work related to immigration, or if you have an issue with any government organization, from passports to Social Security to anything in between. Melanie's the best in the country at solving issues and knowing how sort of the levers work in Washington and in the bureaucracy. And then you guys let us know if there's anything else we can do related to funding or anything else. So keep us updated. With that said, thank you all very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
Thank you.
And Robin, it's always good to see you again back here again. Made a few trips here. Good to see you. All right, everybody is welcome to stay and watch the rest of court here, and I don't think it's going to last all that long today, but we'll see. If anybody has any other questions that they would like to have answered that you think of as we go along, I'm sure the congressman probably would answer them for you as we're leaving. Item number 7 is the consent agenda, and the consent agenda includes non-controversial and routine items that the court may act on with one single vote. The judge or a commissioner may pull any item from the consent agenda in order that the court discuss and act upon it individually as part of the regular agenda. Deliberate and consider possible approval of minutes from the previous meeting on 7/13/26 as an example. Consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion, Commissioner Snuggs to
Second.
approve. Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And there are none. The consent agenda passes 5-0. Item number 8. Deliberate and consider possible action regarding subdivision and floodplain management revision proposals.
I put this on so we can have just a brief update from, here, you can come on up, from somebody who knows what he's talking about on this. He's the one who said we're going to have a problem in the future and brought together that proposal that I brought to the budget hearing. So I'll just let him give a brief synopsis moving forward.
Sure. Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Kevin Ware. I'm president of KJE. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Texas. I had approached Commissioner Snuggs about this issue. As I'm sure you guys are very aware, floodplain issues are getting predominantly stronger and more frequent, and we see it everywhere from South Texas on up to North Texas. And so we assist the county in reviewing development plans and construction plans from that perspective. But the intention of approaching the commissioner was to say, hey, Cooke County should start to consider to look forward and see what type of floodplain issues that the county is currently dealing with, and then how to possibly mitigate potential problems through the adoption of really two things. One, an assessment methodology to look where the existing problems are, and then second, the development of a program or a floodplain management system that gives guidance to new developers. Right now, the way we evaluate developments, whether it be a subdivision or a commercial development, is kind of on a patchwork individual basis. But all of that collectively does affect the watershed, and eventually that watershed drains down to local property owners and everything else. So part of what we've looked at is to say, all right, let's take the county, see where we have issues, where we have existing flooding, where there might be potential increases in subdivisions, and how do we manage that through that type of an assessment. Secondary to that, the development of the protocols and how we manage that means that whoever comes in for an application then has to work with us or the county development services to identify the restrictions that they may have that may not be aware of, so we protect the watershed in its entirety. So coupled with that is also the subdivision ordinances. The subdivision ordinances are really the backbone and the skeleton of how plans get reviewed and approved, and particularly everything from drainage management to road design, public utilities, all of that. So I think the three target items we had presented to the Commissioner was the evaluation of the existing area through a hydraulic model that we use. Secondary to that is development of a program or a floodplain management program to help identify and enforce what those issues might be. And then tertiary, the adoption of a new subdivision or an update to subdivision protocols and design standards.
One thing that came up when we were talking about the floodplains, or the floodplain, was, they talked about, doesn't FEMA have a map for that? And in my limited knowledge, I said, well, of course, that's the broad scope of like the 100-year floodplain. But I said, as we build these, we plop out these subdivisions all over, can create other issues downstream. So can you define floodplain more than just what we think of as like a FEMA, more like when we create other floodplain issues?
Yes, so the floodplain, I guess, delineation that FEMA has done over the last 50 to 60 years is fairly loose. It's used topographic data from LIDAR or satellites. It's not very site specific. And so what happens is all the flood prone areas or the floodplain areas that we know of today are based on that type of assessment. Part of what happens is that as developments come in, they're required to detain their stormwater to what we call pre-developed condition. So by the time they put in roads and houses, the water flows off faster into the ditches and into the streams, which would increase downstream problems because the system can't carry the water. So the current rules say that they actually have to detain that water back to pre-developed condition. The problem is that ironically enough, sometimes those requirements act in opposition to the problem we see downstream. There are oftentimes a situation where a development may come in and we want the upper watershed to drain as fast as we can to get to the lake. But if everybody detains at the same rate, it's going to slow the water down and you're going to have a convergence, which means everybody downstream who's within the floodplain area now will likely increase. So there are some do's and don'ts when it comes to floodplain design. And right now the mapping system that we have is effective, but really as developments come in, part of what we require is for them to not only show that they meet the requirements of local governing ordinances, that they meet the FEMA requirements, but really the county doesn't have a program in effect to enforce stricter and more defined analysis on an as-needed basis.
As you're well aware, we need to update our subdivision guidelines.
Yes, sir. And that, again, is coupled with the floodplain aspect of it as well.
And can we address that in the subdivision guidelines adequately, or do we need to go off and invest in a more stringent plan to address the floodplain issues?
Underneath the guise of the subdivision ordinance we can include an entire, section on drainage design, drainage management. Everything from culvert design to how that they manage bridges or something like that. The analysis that we've talked about with the floodplain gets a little more in depth because what we do is you guys, I'm sure, know where your flood prone areas are within your district right now. So the question is the subdivision ordinance is good for new projects, but as people have existing problems right now and new developments are coming in, you really have to have two somewhat independent components. Because as a developer, I'm going to say, well, I comply with your subdivision ordinance, but if there's something outside of that for the floodplain, it gives you a little more teeth beyond just the subdivision ordinances. So
Can we put enough guidance in our subdivision guidelines that each engineer individually can follow a plan?
correct. So really the big thing that comes out of any type of a program is the development of a checklist. Checklist is the go-to requirement for everybody, whether you're in the city of Fort Worth or you're in Denton County. The promulgation of an extensive checklist tells everybody what they're supposed to do. However, if they're putting like a development in an area that is a little more flood prone, as part of that you put in the description that they have to coordinate with development services and say, all right, detention may not be a good idea. So that's part of why we've approached and said, You really have to start kind of an overview and analyze where the difficult areas are within the county to ensure that as these large subdivisions come in, you don't have a convergence problem down at the bottom as it starts to get more and more water.
Is there a way that we can incorporate that into the subdivision guidelines in such a way that we can pass the cost on through the engineering process?
Yes. So right now, all development reviews that go through or any fees that I as a third party or engineer or anybody else, those are passed on to the applicant. But as far as any type of modeling or any type of increase in assessment, yes, that is 99% of the time passed on to the developer in terms of the cost of doing business within the county.
So we would pay out some upfront costs to revise our subdivision guidelines, and after that, we would recover our cost. Well, we wouldn't recover it, we would pass it on to the developer.
Right. So anytime an application comes in, part of the update of the subdivision ordinance would stipulate what those fee structures would be ahead of time. That way, there's no question as to what the fact that, that there's no issue that the county is out money when that should have been reimbursed or applied from the actual developer.
And I think one thing we're looking at is getting deposits up front, so we ensure that the engineers pay promptly.
And to that effect, I know we do, currently we work with Ms. Martindale where we actually provide a work order and we give an estimate. And we say this is what should be paid. Because again, that's not a cost that should be on the county budget, but that's why we pass it on to the developer. Any type of floodplain issues likely can be passed on as well too.
Yeah, I think the upfront, well, I told Kevin when I brought it to budget, we don't, like squeezing blood out of a turnip this year, but, it was good to get it on the table to talk about it so we're aware that it's going to be coming up and we are going to have to, invest a little bit in figuring out the floodplain. It'd be a little more, let's go a little deeper than just rewriting the subdivision regulations. We're going to have to, do some studies and some hydrology assessments all around, but, as long as we're having the talks about it right now, we can speak it into existence, as my wife always says, so.
Correct. As you guys, I'm sure, are very sensitive to all the issues that happen down along Guadalupe, Wimberley, all of that. Those were defined floodplains, but no one anticipated the type of intense storms that we had, and that's what resulted in all that damage. It's been difficult to try to figure out an engineering solution to this because there really isn't one. The only way you can do it is to be proactive, moving ahead to ensure that those issues don't promulgate as every development comes in. As guys, I'm sure you're aware of, everything's coming north. And at some point, it's going to be one long continuous metroplex, even probably beyond Oklahoma. So I think we had just advocated by saying, hey, you need to start thinking about these things ahead of time, because from a developer perspective, I'm going to look for every loophole I can find. But if you have a stronger or more kind of defensive position and program, as well as ordinance, then that gives the county teeth and enforcement to go, no, you have to comply with this. There is no gray area. It's black and white. There's the checklist. You either comply with it or you don't.
With your experience working with other counties and city, well, I'm gonna leave cities out of it, with counties. For example, I've got BNSF in my precinct probably about to change pull 2,500 acres out of farmland. They don't have to come to us for anything. It's not going to be a subdivision. It's private business. Do you know if we put some floodplain stuff into regulation that they would have to comply with that? Because, they're going to change the downstream,
Yeah.
The eternity it's been this way, and it's about to turn into concrete and buildings, so.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it doesn't fall under subdivision guidelines, if we can apply anything.
Yeah, they're going to be building roads and stuff, so we might be able to force the triggering of them.
Well, with the establishment of a more robust, we call it subdivision, but really it's development criteria in general.
Yeah. I guess that was my question.
Yeah. You have the ability through, you could pass as many ordinances. You could literally get down and pass an ordinance that lawnmowers would be regulated.
We can't pass ordinances like that.
No.
We can't pass, I can't even, at this point, we can't pass any ordinances. It would have to fall under the subdivision guidelines, because that's the only thing we are allowed to pass. So.
Right. The issue, as you guys know, is with the county, you don't control zoning. And so under zoning, that's part of the issue. Right now, we don't have a lot of concerns because some of the biggest issues we see is in the absence of regulation and enforcement of that. So this is Rhonda Hirsch. She's a partner of mine. And I think,
I'm Rhonda Hirsch with Waterway Engineering. We're one of the main firms involved on the flash flooding in Central Texas. I will let you know, with your floodplain ordinance, Cooke County is a participating member of the National Flood Insurance Program. So because of that, you have the boilerplate ordinance you had to pass to become that. That gets subsidized flood insurance to your homeowners and residences. Part of those regulations require that any property over 50 acres with Zone A floodplain, which Cooke County has a lot of Zone A floodplain, which is, we call it magic marker floodplain. It was never studied. It has a drainage basin of a square mile. And it's like, okay, when this comes up, we ran out of money making floodplain, someone has to study it. But anything over 50 acres, they have to study and delineate the floodplain.
Okay.
So it's 25 acres, I will bet you there's some Zone A floodplain. So you have some teeth there.
2,500.
2,500, sorry, 2,500. You have teeth there, not a lot of teeth, but you can at least make them do it. Also, under Texas Water Code, they can't increase their runoff to their downstream neighbors. So you have some teeth, you can, but you've got the basic plan for your floodplain ordinance, and you can strengthen that and put more requirements on it because you are a member of the National Flood Insurance Program, which benefits all of your residents because they get flood insurance. And the more stringent your floodplain ordinance is, you can enter into what's called the community rating system. My city right now, I live in Highland Village. Our lady has spent a lot of time doing the community rating system. If you can get a higher score, your residents who pay for flood insurance, it drops their premiums. So FEMA has incentives. So you guys have started here, and you can work your way. Those are pretty easy things to like show on your website how to be flood safe. And there's a lot of actual low-hanging fruit you guys can pick from. So you do have some teeth. They're not very sharp right now. You can sharpen them up a little bit.
With the changing of the downstream water, you know, it turns into a civil issue, and if anybody had to go against the railroad, they're not going to win. So
They'll never win.
yeah, so that was my concern with that. If we can get on top of some things. So.
Yeah.
well, and the way the rules are written is that you as a local governing authority can adopt as stricter requirements than federal. Federal's the kind of presiding, but then you can adopt a set of ordinances that are as strict or more, depending upon the nature of what you're trying to get to. Some cities like Fort Worth with the Trinity River Basin in Dallas, really strict requirements. But as more developments like 2,500 acre developments come in, Cooke County is going to become part of that matrix of large development. So I think that's what we're advocating is for consideration of not just going through the current floodplain system, but to develop a little bit more robust set of conditions and requirements. That way the citizens are protected and they feel like they have a voice when you get a 3,000 acre subdivision that comes in.
For sure.
And I heard what you said, and I'm not doubting it, but it'd be inconsistent with anything we've ever dealt with because it's our understanding a county cannot pass an ordinance. You know, we can do our subdivision guidelines, we can insist upon septic permits, culvert permits, and stuff of that nature. And there, I don't doubt anything you're saying about federal stipulations. I would like to see something in state law that's statutory that gives us any authority before we start putting out guidelines. You know, and the question is, would we have to do a hydrology study for budgeting purposes for the entire county to make this effective? Or will we, as we address individual subdivisions, would we apply it?
So really the first step in the study is you look at the overall drainage and then, yeah, there's actually some.
We brought a visual aid. Kind of just break it down a little bit, and then you can do this.
What she is passing out gives you a representation of how much watershed that Cooke County basically encompasses. And so within that generalized area is going to be a pretty big reason why you would want to study at least the high level effects of where the water goes and how it reacts. Because as developments come in, that's the issue, is that the current set of design criteria may not be strong enough to make sure that the entirety of the watershed is being considered, not just piece by piece.
And I don't disagree with the simple logic. You know, when you affect the flow, you know, you either restrict it downstream or, you know, how fast it moves and stuff. Don't disagree with any of that. Guys, does this map mean anything to you?
I was trying to figure it out.
So what this is we showed, again, this is more, I'm excited that you're just talking about this, because you look at Denton and Collin County, and they didn't, they just got caught off guard the last thing they addressed. On a side note, a lot of counties have adopted under their floodplain ordinance a 0.00 rise, which means the water surface. So that is part of FEMA. But what this shows is it's a little watershed in anywhere, Cooke County. And so if you look, if you take 3 crossings, like number 3, not a lot of going on, okay right now, we can leave it alone. Number 2, there's some development going on, the infrastructure seems it's holding up a little bit, but if more comes in, we might have to do something. Area number 1 is like, he's the guy at the bottom of the hill, and all of this is going to hit him. And so it's more of a, and it can be done in specific parts of the county, because we did it based on the whole county. And there might be some known hot spots. The goal at whenever you want to take this on at the end of the day is, once you know your hot spots and know what's going on, you can then put it in your hazard mitigation plan. That's where you can get your dollars for your hazard mitigation grants from FEMA. So you'll see that your infrastructure might be strained in some places and some places not. But if you have a overall like roadmap of where to go, you can say, okay, we know these are our 5 biggest hot spots. Which one's the biggest? Okay, let's look at that one in detail. And then you know what needs to be done. You can actually put it in your hazard mitigation plan, which you guys are going through an update right now. Even if you miss that update, you can add these anytime in your plan. But that opens the door for the county to get hazard mitigation grant funding for these projects. Because we all know, I know as a council member in Holland Village, our budget's super tight. Everyone's budgets are tight right now. But that is money that's there to mitigate and take care of things before they become too far gone. So this is kind of a roadmap of how to get there when you're ready. As a floodplain administrator and a floodplain manager, I'm excited to hear you're having these conversations, because I can tell you, Denton and Collin County, they have not had a lot of these discussions, and they're reaping the rewards of it.
We have
So-
any idea what it might cost to get this hydrology study done?
I've got all those,
You got those numbers?
yeah, I've got those numbers.
And to your original question, really the first place to start is the subdivision criteria. Because honestly, it's not just, the floodplain component of this can be, I don't want to say it's an immediate urgent issue, but as we look at the subdivision ordinances and we enhance the drainage, you really want them coupled together so you do have a comprehensive program. Most cities have independent floodplain management policies outside of their subdivision and criteria. So again, we're trying to kind of be cautious, not doomsayers by any means, but we're seeing problems and we're seeing areas that are becoming more problematic. And in a lot of the reviews that I've been doing, I've had to go back and forth with the engineers to say, guys, we're flooding the street. How are you going to keep that from happening? They say, well, we're doing the best we can within the property we own. I go, that's great, but my responsibility is to protect the county and to ensure that you're doing things right. But without the absence, or when the absence of something that's a little bit stronger than beyond just the normal criteria, it gives less ability for us as the engineers to tell the applicants, no, you must conform to these checklist requirements.
You know, we just have to be careful that we're within our statutory authority, because we got
Right.
counties out there right now that are doing moratoriums and trying to take some action against data centers and stuff of that nature. They're ended up in $100 million lawsuits
Right.
And we don't want to be there.
No.
I totally, coming
We
from a
totally
small
agree,
city,
yeah.
100%. And so where, if you start off even in one, maybe you have one known hotspot that you know, like, man, every time this happens, what you can do as a county is you build upon it. So you can just take one area and say, okay, we'll go into detailed modeling for here. Well, the next person comes in, these models can all be connected, right? They're all, the Trinity River has this giant model, and we actually have a computer set aside just to run it, to go from the top to the bottom. But then it makes it much easier for you, the developer and the review engineer. They plug it into the model and you see the effects. So everyone's on the same page. It doesn't overreach. In fact, it helps them. They're not having to develop things from scratch. And so you don't have to do countywide. Just pick a spot, and then as you build the building blocks, you add on to the model like Legos, and you keep building. But as the growth comes, especially it's going to hit you 5 to 10 years now because of the property, the people purchasing large swaths of property. You see what's happening on 35 and on Preston with the same people. So it's going to happen here. You'll have a master model that everyone's on the same sheet of music. And so if somebody does something here, you can tell if it affects them here or here or here. So this just really starts the foundation. Even if you start small, that will build it, and they know. And if they have the right tools and the right environment, developers and the engineers they'll usually work within them. But if you have a master model you're building, they're more excited to get that part done because it's something they don't have to do. They don't have to worry about it. It all goes downstream.
But I think to your question, Commissioner, we're happy to look further into the statutory authority that the county does have, but I think the starting point is the subdivision criteria. I think what we wanted to do is just educate or provide information on the floodplain side of things, so as you go along, and if you so choose to go through the subdivision ordinance review, we beef it up, then this would be the secondary or even tertiary discussion of that, or if you choose to incorporate it now, it's completely up to you. I think we're just advocating awareness of the situation and the options that are presented before you so you can be planning ahead. Because as I talked to Commissioner Snuggs about it, it's a lot easier to stand in this forum and say we had discussions than to have a massive flood injury and the county never even brought this up. So that's where I think we are today, is to say, listen, let's start somewhere. We recommend starting somewhere. If that's with the subdivision updates, that's great. But this type of information gives you guys awareness as these large developments come in. What power do we have to make sure that the residents downstream are not going to be hurt?
Yeah, we're definitely going to take a gander at the subdivision regulations. We've already talked about that, and I just wanted to get you in front of us to start the floodplain, get everybody's brain, and then, we'll move on from there.
Right.
Do you have a number for the review on the subdivision guidelines?
That was 10,000.
So for housing, review and revise?
And then the floodplain was 50-ish, 70-ish.
It was 50, we counted for the entire county as a whole, but I mean, you might want to start just at the bottom southern portion of it, and that can be negotiable, whatever.
He had an a la carte thing for us.
Yeah, we're working with communities down in the 30 counties from last year's floods, and so our experience is doing some of this. We have identified some spots, but what really is, a lot of these are rural counties, is we work with them to get their hazard mitigation plan updated. We identify their spots, and then we have an emergency management department. We overlay emergency management so we know where the low crossings and all, because there's ways that you can actually mitigate by, if you know the rain's coming, your hot spots just with low water crossings and all. And we overlay those two, and we're working with the counties to tap into those hazard mitigation grants to fund the projects as mitigation projects. So our goal, whenever you take the step now or a year, month later, is our goal is to lead you to funding these projects through grants.
Are there any grants available to fund the writing of the mitigation plans?
The writing of it,
Ours is done.
that's a
Is it
different
detailed?
grant.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But that just it?
yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah, that's a different grant.
Looks like about 50,000 to get it rolling, and then to another 30 to
In our
working on a
mitigation plan, did we incorporate any of these thoughts? Okay, that's good.
What did you say we belong to the National Floodplain?
You belong to the NFIP National Flood Insurance Program. And yes, so they will identify areas of flooding, but then I'm not sure, I didn't see it, they'll have specific, like, this is a specific project we need fixed, and I'm not sure if those are in there. Yeah, that's, so the next step, once you get your hazard mitigation plan, the next step is to specify the project, and it goes in there, and that's how you get the funding. So
And-
you identify your overall things, and then you identify the project.
And NFIP is regulated by FEMA,
Yeah.
so.
But I'm just curious, I mean, if we've done it, do we incorporate some of these thoughts? And then we go, I'm sorry,
2 years ago.
when we start.
You saying start on the lower end and start working up?
Yes.
We start downstream and we work our way in terms of analysis.
Well, in development, I mean, everybody's coming
Yeah.
from,
Right.
from the south, and so I'm sure your hot spots are probably more focused in the bottom south sector of your.
Right, take the map, for instance, somebody comes in and builds a huge subdivision here, all of a sudden you've got all that coming, I mean, how do y'all take into consideration the stuff up above you? If you're starting down here, don't you need to kind of,
Well, that's what the
Take the
watershed,
whole-
yes, so that watershed shows, here's your whole thing, if they're coming up there, you can plug in and say, okay, this is how it affects the guy down here, because the guy at the bottom is the one holding fast, and it's not the guy, it's your roads and your bridges. A
Right.
lot of these county roads, they were built as county roads, and they've got 24-inch culverts, where maybe there should be a few box culverts, and some of them were just at the time when they were built, nobody imagined this happening even 50, 80 years ago, when a lot of this infrastructure in place. So it really, yes, we consider the whole watershed, and that example was to show the guy at the bottom is the one who probably is the hot spot. The guy at the top is probably gonna be okay.
And keep in mind, a lot of these developers, especially for mid to large developments, they're applying to actually fill in the floodplain, trying to recover as much land as they have available. Now, they're required to provide mitigation to that effect, but they're gonna try to squeeze every bit of acre that they can out of that. And that goes into, again, kind of the overall analysis of the watershed and how it affects. As I'm sure you guys know, Lone Oak Road, it's across 35. Man, that thing can get rip roaring pretty badly. And that's closer, getting closer down to the bottom of the watershed. That's where you see impacts of something like that.
So you're on the way.
Yeah.
You have your hazard mitigation plan update, which we're like, it's awesome, because it's fresh. And then the next step is get that refreshed, and you get those little projects in, and that those specific projects is what you go then for different grant funding to help fund those.
So to your original question, Commissioner, your subdivision design criteria is the top. Floodplain kind of follows underneath it as a more restrictive component.
Right. Well, at least we're talking about it, it's on everybody's brain, and I really appreciate y'all coming today and everything that y'all do for us.
No, I appreciate it. If you have individual questions, Mr. Commissioner Snuggs knows how to get a hold of me. We'd love to help answer, and again, as developers come in and ask the questions, please send them to us so we can give them as much, I guess, guidance as possible.
Great. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any action, or is that just an update?
Yeah, it's just an update, no
All right. No action on item number 8. Item number 9, presentation and discussion by the Texas General Land Office regarding 2024 disasters homeowner programs.
How you doing? I'm Elena Leach with the Texas General Land Office. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Is there anywhere that y'all can?
I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's on.
It's also, her presentation is also in the packet. So, just so you know.
would wait just a second. The
No
Commissioner will
problem.
be back. Thank you.
Again, my name is Alina, and I'm with the Texas General Land Office, and I actually work out of the Kaufman satellite office. We are working with the 2024 disasters that came through. I believe y'all got hit with a tornado, according to some of the homeowners that I've spoken with already in Cooke County. We have been able to get in touch with a lot of people out of Cooke County that are aware of our program, but we're really just here to make sure that the word is out about our program to try to help as many as your county residents as we can. So basically what happened was in 2024, Texas faced major disasters, including this severe derecho and tornado, and that's what hit your particular county. And the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development issued allocation of $555 million in order to develop a community development block grant disaster recovery funding to help the state of Texas with long-term housing recovery to 27 counties. So as you can see, Cooke County is one of the counties, so is Denton County, Kaufman County, and Dallas County are really the ones that are here in the Metroplex. And we're all the way out in Hockley County as well. And we're actually just about to build a new home for a resident out there in Hockley County. And that's potentially what we can help with some of the citizens in Cooke County. So of that money, $244 million is set aside for the Homeowners Assistance Program to repair and reconstruct owner-occupied single-family homes, and $43 million is for the Homeowners Reimbursement Program. And this is basically the time frame that we're looking at from April 26th all the way through June 5th of 2024. Those are the time periods that we're looking at any of the storms that came through. If any of the disaster-related repairs still need to be done, then potentially we can look to assist those residents. In addition, if people had paid for repairs out of pocket, we can potentially reimburse them for those repairs as well. Okay, the repairs and reconstructions include compliance with minimum energy efficient and green building standards, storm-ready roofing, energy efficient appliances, and accessible entrance, and they can get up to 1 year of homeowners insurance, reasonable accommodation for disability needs, and temporary relocation assistance of up to $7,000. And basically, we want to make sure that the home is built to the standard in order to potentially, make sure that any future damage from any future disasters, it helps make sure that the homes are built to a better quality. For the Homeowners Reimbursement Program, they can potentially get reimbursement for out-of-pocket repair expenses, contractor fraud expenses, forced mortgage payoff, attorney fees, permit fees, and debris removal. And you can get between $3,000 and $75,000 for a stick built, and between $3,000 and $50,000 for a manufactured home. And who is eligible? And your identity is obviously important. Your legal status, we do, because this is a program run by the state. Each applicant is run through the SAVE program that the Congressman was referring to earlier. You have to be the current owner. You have to have had primary residence at the time of the disaster. You have to be current on your mortgage payments, and you also have to be current on your property tax. If you're delinquent in your child support payments, you will not be eligible for the program, and you also have to maintain flood insurance if it's applicable. And for the repairs, if we can verify there's at least $8,000 of verified damages from the disaster for the repair program, we can potentially assist the applicants if they're eligible for the program. And for the homeowners reimbursement program, if you yourself pay $3,000 out of your pocket, not counting FEMA, not counting insurance, we won't reimburse for that, but out of your pocket, then potentially, if you qualify for the program, then we'd be able to assist. This is our Denton location. We also, we're there on Tuesdays at the library, at the Emily Fowler Library in Denton. We can, what we encourage people to do is either call us and make an appointment or just stop in, or like we're always there in the Kaufman office. I know that's a little bit further south for y'all, but it's definitely something that we try to do. We actually, Saturday I was in an event in Valley View and 12 people came out, so that was a lot of people. The last time we were in Valley View, 33 people came out. So the word seems to be getting out here in Cooke County, but definitely if we can get the word out for any other people, then that would definitely be something that we'd want to do. So this is our phone number and our website. If anybody would like to have that information, or I'd be happy to try to answer any questions anybody might have. No questions?
No,
Well, I
this
definitely
time-
appreciate y'all's time.
Yep, sorry it took so long to get to
No,
you.
no, no. I enjoyed what I
Yeah,
what
good.
I heard.
Yeah, busy
No,
day
I
for
was
you.
learning about the floodway myself.
Rand, does the long-term recovery committee have this information?
They do.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, we've been advertising this program, both these
That's what I
programs
thought.
since about March, April.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Definitely appreciate it.
It is like a sauna
It is
in
very
there.
hot in here.
It is hot. If you turn the air conditioning on, you can't hear, so.
Okay, item number 9 is no action. Item number 10, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the treasurer's monthly report for June 2026.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Commissioner Snuggs. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item number 10 passes 5-0. Item number 11, deliberate and consider possible action regarding approval of the treasurer's quarterly report for April through June of 2026.
Motion to approve that one as well.
Commissioner Snuggs, and I'll once again second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 12 is to open a public hearing regarding the preservation and restoration of county clerk's records, archives plan, and funds for 2027. We'll open that public hearing at 11:06. Any comments, anything to say? Evidently not. Item number 13, we will close the public hearing at 11:07. Item number 14, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the preservation and restoration of the county clerk's records, archive plan, and funds for 2027.
So, I will speak on this. I'm Pam Harrison, Cooke County Clerk. So, per local government code, section 118, records management and preservation, basically says that I have to submit a records archive plan to be approved by Commissioner's Court to be able to collect my fees. So I collect a preservation fee and an archive fee every time that somebody files a document in our official public records. So to be able for me to collect them fees, we have to, I have to submit this plan for y'all to approve. So just noteworthy topics. So the house project that we are still doing is preserving my old probate records. We're just putting them in the acid-free sleeves. And then of course the criminal records we're still uploading in our system. That's what my part-time person does. We're getting close to being down to, I think we've got it down to like in the 60s. So, and then the vendor project this last year was preserving some 36 of the county birth books and 12 of my delayed birth books, and that is complete. If y'all want to come look in my vital records room, you'll see my new books. This is one of them. So the old birth records used to be in just an old blue binder. They put this beautiful seal in there, and then they took all the records, all the birth records, and they put some kind of a on them to preserve them, and then they put them in these archive acid-free sleeves also. So it did make a lot more books. The 36 books ended up being like almost double.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, but they are very beautiful. And then the new shelving to be able to hold all these books, because we didn't really think we were going to have room, but we put them in there a little different way. And they did. I know it says to be completed, but that came a couple of weeks ago. They got them all installed. Yeah, the shelves are beautiful. You see the pictures, how the shelves were. I think y'all see them. I think they're in your kit. And now it looks like this, so looks a lot better in there. And then, so I haven't, in my plan, I didn't put a project for this year because she needs to build up that money now. So hopefully next year maybe she can do the death books, same years, because the ones I did were from 1955 through 1995. So that got a lot of that done. And then I always want to report on my property fraud alert that we implemented in 2021. We now have over 1,500 subscribers, and we have sent out over 21,000 alerts. Just this year, we had 350 new subscribers, and we sent out 650 alerts just this year. So I'm just asking to please, if you'll please approve my preservation plan, so I can just keep collecting them funds. And maybe in
Second.
We have a move to approve, Commissioner Hollowell, second Commissioner Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Congratulations.
Thank you.
5-0.
I will pass that down, and then the treasurer's.
Is that all you had, Pam?
That is it. Unless you
Okay.
have any questions about the projects or the plan.
Item number 15 is to open a public hearing regarding request by Alan Watt for a specific use permit pending site plans for property ID 327513 and 327514 located on Prairie Grove Road in Valley View. Open the public hearing at 11:11. Anybody wish to speak to that? There are none. Item number 16 is to close the public hearing, which we will do at 11:12. Item number 17 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the request by Alan Watt for a specific use permit pending site plans for property ID 3275-13 and 3275-14 located on Prairie Grove Road in Valley View. Commissioner Snuggs.
All right, guys, this is a P&Z issue, special use permit. It's already been to the P&Z. They blessed it. They're going to want to see a couple more things from him, but there won't be any big deals. I'll explain a little bit what's going on specifically because we have a Prairie Grove resident in the room. It's going to be, he's purchasing 100 acres, 99 acres, and go along with his existing business of a zoo, basically. Wildlife Park. Couldn't think of the right name. They have giraffes and other things at their other location. At this location, will be a high fence, agricultural business with some, African deer-like animals where people can come stay in the tents. The reason he had to ask for the special use permit was because of the overnight stays. People won't even know what's going on. The neighbors won't be able to see it because everything will be done from the inside of, the cover of the trees. Everything's going to be left natural. So P&Z blessed it, and I'm going to make a motion we approve it.
Item number 17, motion to approve, Commissioner Snuggs. Second, Commissioner Sicking. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. 17 passes 5-0.
At least you had an exciting court day to come to.
I know.
For, yeah, that's a good one. Yep, thank you.
Item number 18, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the amended plat for Elmview Estates in Precinct 4. Commissioner Matt Sicking.
It's just got to put the road name on the map, on the road itself, so that's, Green Lane's gonna be added to the,
What's the
or
name of
TCOG,
it?
do it,
Green Lane?
Green,
Grewing, okay.
Green Road. Oh, sorry. Get it right. Anyway, make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Sicking, to approve item 18. Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Which brings us to 19, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the Cooke County FY27 budget.
Can we take 5 minutes,
Yep.
Yes, sure can.
please?
We're going to take a 5-minute break at 11:15. Agenda at 11:28 with budget discussions. Item number 19. Who would like to start this off here? Where were we when we ended the other day?
I think we left off, I think next up is the sheriff.
Is the sheriff? I thought we cut his budget.
We talked about some things during the initial conversation. No bilingual, no clothing allowance, computers ought to be probably in the IT budget. Roof repair HVAC ought to be in the maintenance budget. There was $246,000 that went toward cameras and consoles and locking devices to ensure that we meet jail standards. He pulled about $124,000 out of commissary and out of some grant money. His big request is one new dispatcher. That's my notes on the sheriff's office side right now.
I think we cut off his air conditioning too, if I'm not mistaken.
Only to the inmates.
He'd work out of his car.
What car?
I think I just wrote in my ear, that can't be good.
Sheriff, did you have a presentation you'd like to make to us, or
No, not really.
just answer questions?
I'd already cut a considerable amount, but I thought I would make sure on a couple of line items that you all have what I have. When I was visiting with Gary the other day, he didn't have the updated numbers. And so,
That one's in the jail, wasn't it, Sheriff?
no, I think it was also on the law enforcement side, so.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that on, let's say, 560, 570. 560, 570. I have 428, 481.
And in our book, it shows 515, 684, and I don't know if that was cut after the meeting with you and Shelley. Shelley, do you know?
Yeah, I have 428, 481.
And see, I'm showing 515, 684.
That's what the original.
That's what the original was, but pull it back.
Okay. All right. So I just noticed it was a discrepancy on what I was looking at, the first conversation. And
let's make sure,
and then the total number, Shelley, is it, when, on our sheet, that 428 is what's in the 1.2?
Yes.
Okay.
so I had a note that we cut from what the numbers from what you had on the jail side, we cut 226,824. And so one of those is going to be food, I think. You may be looking at a number of 600,000. We took 50,000 off of that, so
You know, what I want to be sure is right is hers.
I show food that's up to 600,000.
Okay.
yeah, we cut 50,000 while we were in the meeting, so you should.
You turned in 550, but you raised it to 600.
We took it back.
You took it back?
Yeah.
So if yours is showing 600, that's going to 500, right, Shelley?
550.
550.
Okay, this one's showing 550. Do you need to be at 550 or
Yes.
500?
550.
Okay.
And show subscriptions at 15,781,
Okay, where you put line item, Shelley?
Yeah.
390.
Okay, you show it at what? You show it at 15?
781.
See, we're showing it at 29,981.
Yeah.
Y'all realize what happened? Shelley printed this stuff early on before the hearings.
That's what they turned in the county judge's office.
And I made
Right,
y'all's,
okay,
I made
but
y'all's
anyway, it
books
was printed.
before y'all started cutting stuff.
Right. Okay.
And then I show 570 as 285, 284.
So we cut there. And
70.
the new number should be 226, 930, and 11 cents, if you want that 11
What else
cents.
got cut out of it?
It's
Oh, the
vehicle.
vehicle.
Well, you turned in 381, 269.
And see, in our last meeting, when I took notes, I've got minus vehicle 226,930 after our last meeting.
Yeah, I wrote 3 marked and 3 unmarked.
But did you write a number?
226, 824.
Okay, so that's it.
Cutting 226.
Yeah.
So I think some of that also, Shelley, was that
Oh, is some of that camera stuff?
Nathan showed under 570, $188,887 of upgrades, a big project. That
For some reason I have 226, 930 on that 570 on the first.
226, 930
Okay, so
is what should be there.
that's what should be there.
Is what should be there.
Okay, what's it, 285, 284? But that's what he just,
I think that was with 2 vehicles. And a couple.
But now there's not any of the camera stuff in that number, right? The cameras and the locks and stuff of that nature, is any of that in that number?
Yeah.
So, because I showed the 226,930 in that line and subtracted 122,248 from it, I think from the grant stuff, either commissary or the grant stuff. Can you hear me?
You know, we took 60,000 remainder of the grant and plugged it towards that project. And then,
I'm showing 63 from the grant and 61 from commissary.
that sounds about right. I mean,
16 toward the stipend.
I had the total for that project is 234,000. And so right off the bat, I took 60,000 off of that, which made it 174,000. Then I said we would pay a third of that 174,000 remainder out of commissary. And that comes up to 57,420, which took the county's portion down to 116,580. And so I would presume that if you took that 116,580 and added one vehicle and upfitting and so forth, that you're going to come up with that 226 that's under.
Shelley, if he hadn't have funded that 124, would it come out of general fund, capital improvement, what would it have come out of? The cameras and locking systems and stuff in the general? Non-departmental, okay.
That's what I'm
Okay. But it would have been general fund money
doing. Right.
that he's offset by 124,000. And that's my understanding, that's to expedite that project because we're risking failing jail inspections if our interlocks to our doors won't work and cameras don't work.
So that 226 has that camera stuff in it,
Yes.
so we need to pull that out.
Yeah.
So that one should be the one top of it,
Yes.
so then that should only be 100 and. $100,334.
Sounds right.
Plus the graphics plus
95, 985. And then, yeah, you had graphics, which,
95, 985, that's what a Tahoe costs this year.
it's about it's about $687 for marking, which is in that.
Well, I'm thinking about it. I know they've done a lot of work on your air conditioning out there. Do they have it anywhere close to straightened out yet, or for the jail, I think?
Yeah, I mean, it's working. You know, when it gets 102, 104, you know, we got a hot week coming, you know, no system. They're just gonna struggle to keep up. But,
Yeah.
you know, Rick's got a maintenance plan out there as far as there's so many units. I couldn't even tell you how many units there are, you know, 40, 50, I don't know. But he replaces four or five a year, plans to, so that we don't just put it off until we need 10, you
Yeah.
know, that cratered. So I think he shared some of that with y'all in his presentation, how he likes to replace X amount every year.
How many out of the county are you housing right now, so to speak?
Not very many.
Not very many?
I was debating on putting out an email statewide to the jails and to offer, if anyone needs some housing, we've got room to house some. Denton, we haven't housed any for Denton County in quite some time. We are housing for Grayson County, but their numbers have come down. So I think here lately the checks have been $14,000 to $20,000, something like that, in that range from Grayson County.
So graphics is the only thing? Graphics is the only thing, the Tahoe and the graphics?
Yeah, now we'll have to buy an antenna kit, but we're talking $100, you know, $150 for an antenna kit. Antenna kit, markings, and the vehicle itself. So I'm
what
just,
to do on that one.
I'm just here to answer questions.
So
I
you're
didn't
on
really
hold
have
for
an
this.
additional presentation, I just did this.
Oh, what do you?
So the 100,955 I had was
Oh, I haven't read it, but
Oh, I'm not, yeah, this is all.
good.
For the jail,
Uh-huh.
570? Yeah.
What'd you say that number was, Joe?
100,955, under 570,
So,
100,955.
55.
When is Sonny retiring?
what, Judge? I couldn't hear the judge.
yeah, that's when Sonny was
September,
retiring.
September 14th.
So, is the bottom line there that there's yet another vehicle, it's being reduced by another vehicle
In the jail, yes,
on the jail side? Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Did we get your subscriptions increased to 73, 430, 440? Because we added that $9,900. Because by buying it this year or next year, whatever, you saved like $20,000, that one subscription.
I think that's figured in, the correct amount. That's what we figured. What was that, Dispatch Pro? Is that what that was?
Something, that one that we paid for now.
Yeah, we paid early because it was
Because-
half, I don't know what, it was a pretty good discount.
Yeah.
So,
Anything else on this, Sheriff?
Do you have any questions, Les?
I do not. I just, like I said, I already gave y'all a presentation. I was just here to clarify some numbers and answer any questions that you might have. I just want to say, and I'm not going to name a name and throw anybody under the bus, but the reason I plugged in money this time, which in our line items instead of some other line items in other departments, is because we've got a big project now that we've been talking about that's $234,000, and I had split that up into 2 fiscal years, so we wouldn't have to take such a big hit each, all at once. Well, it was in somebody else's budget, and it didn't get approved. It was in his budget, but it didn't make it. And so when I went to secure a PO to get half of this project done, the money wasn't there. And that's very frustrating and aggravating to me because we're trying to be good stewards and we're trying to forecast this stuff out where we don't take a huge hit in one given fiscal year. So, you know, one way to do that is we take over and we're responsible. We put the money in, it gets approved, and we make the projects happen. So I'm however y'all want to do it, however the auditor wants to do it, that's y'all's business. But when it doesn't get done, then it hampers our operation and the safety and security of the jail in this instance. So anyway, that's why I had plugged those dollars into our 561 jail numbers instead of putting it in where y'all are going to put it.
You can still do a PO out of 409.
Okay. I guess if we hit the sheriff's office and the jail, the others are forfeiture funds, federal forfeiture funds, K-9, county courthouse security. Anybody want to address any of those? I mean, they're pretty straightforward.
And you all may be aware, we pumped a lot of money into the courthouse and the annex and over this past year with courthouse security funds as we redid the cameras and added more cameras. We have pretty good coverage now for all around the courthouse, on the exterior as well as the interior. Have modernized that and brought those systems up to date. So that was a lot of money that came out of courthouse security that, as you know, are not public tax dollars. That's money that comes from fines and court costs and such as that. So. Y'all don't have any more questions? I'll stick around if you do or something comes up.
You guys move on? Questions? What you got?
I'm good on that one.
Judge, you good if we move on?
Move on.
The next one, I'm just going through our book, guys, in case y'all are not aware. Juvenile probation doesn't have a whole lot to do with us. There's no changes, are there, Shelley, in juvenile probation? DPS, anybody have anything on DPS? Shelley, do you know what a penny's going to generate this year?
What?
Do you know what a penny is going to generate this year?
DPS going to continue to lease from us.
I'm sorry?
Is DPS going to continue to lease from us?
To the best of my knowledge, Judge, I don't know when it expires. I don't have any reason to believe. It seemed like last year, year before last, DPS done a walkthrough and renewed their lease.
It's automatic renewal until one of us cancels.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's automatic renewal until one of us cancels.
Is that every 2 years or what?
No, it's automatic every year.
Every year? I thought she told us 2 years.
Commissioners Court can only enter into a one-year agreement.
I've heard that before.
Okay, that takes us to rural septic. Any changes on rural septic? Okay, moving on. Subdivisions. We probably need to look at some number for the discussion that we had earlier about revising subdivision guidelines. Was that a 10K number to start with?
You know, and that number could,
We could go out for RFP.
Are they not contract services?
They are, but
Somebody will have to write a statement of work.
I thought it was.
But I think we heard we need to start with revising the subdivision guidelines.
Yes, for sure. Oh, wait.
You said 10,000, I think is what
Well, I
you
thought
said.
that's what I put in there to start.
You're gonna bump us now, are you?
Is Amber still in here?
it's
Why
concerning,
did you call
it's
us?
concerning when they don't know that we can't pass ordinances.
Yeah, that kind of,
Yeah, he works for cities a lot too.
Right, so we could go out for RFP for a company that,
deals with counties.
yes.
I think you go out for, I don't think that we need just a complete overhaul like we had last time. I think we just need to make some changes. I don't think it's a big, huge
I mean,
deal.
I think we've got a good start just on notes that have been taken.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know where I got the 10,000 number. What, do you have notes on what I told y'all at that court?
I do
Because
not-
this one says 20, says 37.
See, that sounds like a number I've heard before. And we spent
But-
about 300,000 writing them, so to revise them 37 may not be that far off.
Yeah, you know, I have notes on the things I'd want to change. Amber has some notes from Kathy. Amber has some notes of her own. You have some notes. I'm sure we all have some notes. I don't think that we need a $37,000 overhaul. I think just, you know, I don't know what the number would be. For some reason, I thought it was $10,000. Wishful thinking, guys. Looks like it's 37,000 to do it. But that's him just going through every single aspect of it, which I don't feel like we need that.
What kind of number you want to put in place? 10, 15? Where's our auctioneer?
15. 15. The more of it we can do ourselves with some guidance from him, the less.
If we were gonna do that, what line items need to be under, Shelley? Because we don't have one currently.
409, 306.
Can you fix it?
Can I fix it?
Or put us a line in where we need it, or
How much do you want in there?
$15,000, I think is what I'm hearing from Jason and Buddy.
What?
I
Else
think
have
that's
any?
gonna do it.
No,
No, but it's a better number than 0 and a better number than 37.
What are you thinking?
What are you saying it's gonna go into 409? What's 409?
Non-departmental?
non-departmental. It won't be on this one, but she can enter it.
Why wouldn't it be departmental?
Non-departmental, which we do a lot of contract service stuff
Okay,
now.
okay.
But we just need to be sure something's in there.
I just wonder why we wouldn't put it into the subdivisions. I'm just asking for educational purposes.
But we do a lot of attorney stuff and contract stuff out of non-departmental.
That's fine with me, I was just asking why.
But no, I think that's why. You good with that?
Yep. I mean, if y'all are willing to put more in, I'm fine with that too, but I'm not trying to be,
I don't know, you can put in subdivisions if you want.
it doesn't matter to me, I
I
was
mean,
just asking
if
why.
it's in there, for some reason it got used for something else, we just do a budget amendment to it to cover something. We just want to be sure there's money there if we, you know, but we earmark money for that. So,
I just don't think,
I mean, it's like your reasoning for not putting that big project in the sheriff's office?
Yeah, needs to be in the right
Non-departmental is where the,
miscellaneous.
well, it's the contracts and the big
Yeah.
things like that.
Because it's not really an expense to subdivisions.
Right.
It's a county expense and not to the department.
The main thing I would like to have when we're done with our subdivision regulations is I would like to have the file where we have the file where we can make changes on it, where it's a living document. Like right now, Breeze and Nichols has the master file on it, so
But we have a copy, do we not?
I don't know.
We have the document, I'm pretty
Okay,
sure. And
okay.
then we paid for it, so it shouldn't be any copy.
Yeah, shouldn't we probably get it?
Okay, $20,000. I mean, if we
I'm
put it,
thinking probably closer to 30, but, I mean,
Yeah,
I wonder
I have a full
halfway.
bid meter to do every single thing that it needs.
including this high,
Not the flood, just it's 37,000. He has a bid in here. Not a bid, but a proposal.
I don't know. He's saying right now, he's got an estimate of 37.
I mean, I don't want to sit there and try to nickel and dime it and wind up with a pile of crap. Can't you, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
What
agree.
number do you want? I don't think anybody's gonna argue.
Well,
I mean,
I would think at
35,
least 30.
30,000.
Or put the 37 in here for the
What do you
proposal.
think, Evan?
But I think the more work we do ourselves, the more.
Here's where we need an
It was
option.
37 last year,
37,000 we put into it last year?
was it?
No,
That's what the estimate is.
Okay. What was it last year?
we didn't spend anything last year.
Oh, okay.
It's a new project.
It's 40 and be done.
Let's put the 37 in there from the proposal.
37 be done.
We can always,
I mean, it'll move back in fund balance if we don't spend it.
well, we can always, the more work we do, we'll do some budget, if we'll do some subdivision workshops, the more we'll do ourselves, the more that number can come down.
You can put a not to exceed.
Ma'am?
You can do it, if you do a contract with them, you can put not to exceed.
Right, yeah, for sure.
All right.
He works with us a lot. He does a lot of our oversight, so third-party reviews.
Okay, we good with subdivisions?
Yep.
37,000 non-departmental,
But
okay? Any changes in the library?
Did we skip CPS? I just have a question.
Did we?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Fatfinger,
Which
so,
that's not a very big deal, but if the clothing, is that like clothing for like children that are in need or something? Is that what that means?
under child welfare,
Mm-hmm. Child's on CPS, that's what I thought. If you pull a kid out of a bad situation, we're able to get them some clothing. I just was curious.
and it's interesting, you know, Shelley, for years, some of that money was going toward drug testing, wasn't it? And now there's nothing in the drug testing line? Are they paying for drug tests
CPS, no,
out of this money?
state.
Okay.
So we're moving on to library.
Yes.
So this year's budget, 503. And I don't see just a whole lot of change. Okay.
Wait a minute, where you at?
That's what the difference is. It just doesn't have all the FICA and stuff in there because it's just showing, $140,000 less. But
Don't have your insurance.
yeah, it doesn't have the insurance in there.
Well, you're still looking at, 200 and, almost 230,000 in salaries plus 43 in part-time, that's about, 275,000 in salaries.
Yeah, it's a lot. I don't know. I think some upcoming talks in the future would maybe try to thin some of this stuff down. Maybe have some, we've never ever done a library review or anything since I've been here. Maybe sit down with our new director and see, you know, what programs that we want to you know, concentrate on in the future. I know they talk about outreach a lot. I want to see what kind of, you know, I know there's some grants for that, but if the grants aren't paying for the employees to go do these outreach, you know, I think there's some room to, you know, thin some of this library expense out. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Probably won't be popular in some circles, but I mean, we spend a lot of money on this library.
We need to look, they've done a great job of seeking and being awarded grants. We need to see if the grants require staffing and personnel. You know, we may be losing money on grants if we have to hire people to manage them or to fill that exercise.
We have our director, and then there's 4 full-time assistants and 7 to 8 part-time people.
And that's probably a workshop for,
Yep.
I mean,
I agree.
okay.
I'm just saying, looking in the future, that's probably one that we need to sit down and look at and see what's the main objective of the library and how we want to fund it moving forward.
Extension,
Well, I think on the library, like under office supplies, last year they were 9,000. So far to date, they've spent 3,100. Last year before it was 49 and 65. Why don't we bring that back down to 75?
what line item you on?
653.10.
653.10.
Yeah, office supplies.
I mean, it's,
Top.
they've
No,
never
in the main
hit
budget.
that.
653.10 right here. There's 2 653.10s. One of them,
Oh, well, one's in the 41 account.
which. So you take office supplies at 9,500 plus 3,000. That's 12,500.
What is that? What's the red account here? This 04, they got a 001 650 and then a 041
See, they've got some
650.
outside money comes in to addition to what we do. Don't they still have trust money?
Well, the 041 is where their fines go in and where their grant money goes in.
Okay.
But don't they get some funding through trust?
They can spend the interest.
So they can spend off the trust. How about the lump sum that was given them last year that there was a person left over $20,000 or $30,000 last year?
That's in the 041 fund.
So they put in fines and fees as a donation.
There's a donation.
And do we oversee that?
No. I mean, they submit their budget to them, but to y'all, but
Okay, Adam, back to your suggestion. What do you want to do? What are you suggesting?
Can we bring office supplies, which is 01, 653.10 to 7,500? They've never hit 7,500. It's
Okay.
1,000 more than what they've ever done.
But we're looking at the very first office supply, 653.10. In 24, they spent 6,500. In 25, they spent 4,900. Yeah, I don't disagree with that suggestion at all, guys.
I don't even.
7,500.
75,
Is that what you said?
I think so.
7,500, Shelley? You see something we don't?
And then it's the same thing in these subscriptions. They've never used more than 4,600 in the last few years. It's at 65. I don't know,
What line item, oh, 390?
390.
They went as far as 4,600 at one time.
Bring that to 5.
Yeah.
5,000.
They do anything special with the subscriptions and software related, Shelley? That you know about? Anybody else know anything, they do anything with subscriptions and software related?
Thinking there was something, I don't know. Thought there was something they talked about. Over yonder.
It's a little money.
That's where they do their tech share, online databases, book systems, and Cassie, which is computer time management software.
But they've spent that in recent years in the past, right? I mean, so it's, history should be good.
Is that where they get their hot spots too? Is that on that?
Do what?
The hot spots?
That comes out of telephone. '25, the budget was 6,500.
And they spent 46.
'24, the budget was 6,000.
They spent 45. You seeing the same numbers I am?
'23, the budget was 5,500.
I can't see that far back.
They spent 4,500, 4,569.
That's about, what, 5 years of history that you backed up? 4 years?
22, the budget was 5,000, they spent 4,652.
Sound like 5,000 a good number.
Yeah.
All right. Any other changes?
Audio, well, you might as well look at audio visual. We went from 22 last year to 23 this year, but we've only spent 15,605, the highest one I see. That's $8,000.
One year they spent 15,605. Well, and they've spent 84 year to date, and this is, we're looking at 6 months ago. So if they double, they're subject to spend 16 this year. They spent 15 last year. Year before that, they spent 13. So
Back that one to 18.
This year, they've spent 13,924 so far.
are you looking real time now, Shelley? Okay.
Last year, their budget was 22, they spent 15,624.
13,688.
The budget was 21, they spent 13,688. 23, budget was 20, they spent 16.
Drop it back to 20.
22, the budget was 20, they spent 15,421.
Give them a little room. Drop it back to 20, Shelley. You guys good with 20?
What?
Yep.
20. That's a $3,000 decrease.
I think that'd be good.
Okay. Doing good, Adam. Where else? Well, we get down into the red, it doesn't matter. That's 41 money, right?
Yeah, because they only can spend their fund balance.
Everything below the red line. Okay. We good on library? That takes us to extension. You're not let me skip anything, are you, Jason?
Nope, that's the next one.
And did we make any changes on that one last time?
Not that I'm aware of.
You know, obviously the ag agent, we haven't had an ag agent for a while, so there's not been a whole lot of money spent there. We cut that, they'll put around and be an ag agent. County agent, and ag agent. Any thoughts?
You could put the conference,
I'm sorry.
you cut the conferences and the mileage for the ag agents.
What if they, hang on, got the ag agent at 25 and mileage for, see, that's,
It tends to get used if there's no one there.
It tends to get used if it's there.
okay. So are you talking 425? No, that's the county agents. You got that ag, we're talking 428, 665, 428. And is that vacant now?
428 and 425.
Or are they vacant now?
Yes.
Okay. Drop it to what, $1,000? Judge is nodding yes on $1,000. Now, is 425, is that the actual, is that the ag agent, Shelley? Or
Yes.
is that that's the county agent? Mileage on county agents, 3,000, yeah. Drop it down to $1,000? I mean,
In case we get one and then
yeah. they'll
What
have
happened
something.
to our agent?
We don't know.
We don't have
We can't seem to.
Had one for a while,
gone.
We've had,
gone, huh?
we've had 3 or something since the last one that had
I
tenure.
just don't think they pay them enough. They want
Okay.
a master's degree and
So we dropped ag, county agent mileage, 665,425 to $1,000,
yeah.
and 665,428 to $1,000. We good?
Yep.
Anything else? And we got the game warden, not enough there to,
Yeah, what are we gonna do with him? Good Lord,
Who?
game ward.
well, we're gonna salute him when he comes back.
Exactly.
All right, that takes us to commissioners' budgets. Anybody need to make
Gonna do
any
veteran
changes?
service.
I'm sorry? I missed another one? What I missed?
Veterans,
Okay.
He's at the front of the book.
Oh, yeah.
Which
right
one, Matt?
underneath the game warden, right in front of the commissioners.
Oh, well, yeah.
Not mine.
Not mine.
You're all out of order, man.
Heat Department
Chills.
405. He's at the front of the book.
It's probably because he turned his in last and I just stuck it.
Well, and the only thing he had was a 10% pay increase, and we haven't talked about
Haven't done
increases.
that
So
yet.
there's nothing there. Any of you guys need to make any changes to yours at the moment?
Not at the moment. Sitting back waiting
Y'all
to
actually
see,
approved veterans
see how my
last.
fund balance is gonna be.
I'm sorry?
Y'all approved veterans last for.
Yeah.
Y'all voted on
Yeah, thank you. Okay. With no changes, I mean.
it. No changes and no salary.
The salary thing.
increase.
Guys, it's noon. I would suggest, we have to have a preliminary in about, what, the next 30 days, Shelley?
Trying to look, but probably sooner, probably
Probably our next board.
next court, if pushing it.
And so
We have to-
I would like to come back after lunch and talk about the elephants in the room.
What?
The elephants in the
Did he
room.
just call us names?
I think you just called Adam an elephant.
No, I mean, the big things that we haven't addressed are personnel, because we've got requests for 9 personnel, and we haven't talked about raises. The treasurer reached out, and she said if she couldn't have a full-time person, would we approve a person for 29 hours? And precinct 2 constable reached out and asked if we would put him $3,000 in his LEOC money, that's not a problem. That's just state money, free money. So, it's not free to all the taxpayers, but in other words, it doesn't impact our general fund budget. So can we get that $3,000 put in his LEOC? Okay.
Did you see their request for vehicles though?
We got rebuttals on every vehicle that we suggested. So we can talk about that. I'm not, I mean, if we start drawing some comparisons, you know, each department needs to focus on, when they justify it based on their issues and not be, I mean, we can do comparisons, but when we start doing comparisons and start talking about job performances and stuff of that nature, we're going to really get in the weeds.
Well, this was the email, did you see that one this weekend?
Yes, I saw that one.
Okay.
We've got some kind of correspondence from every one of them. The one from EMS, that, you know, if he doesn't want chairs and he wants strikers, you know, I don't know. Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know that that's going to be a big issue. I mean, if he cuts the chairs, he's still going to have to probably cut all his chairs to buy one striker. I mean, we need to see, we've got from, well, I don't, there's several things here to consider. Raises being one of them. You know, we've seen a draft of this salary survey. We know what it's subject to cost. So we're looking at no raises cost us 0. 3% across the board cost about $379,000. And I'm not really an advocate of the 3% across the board from here on out. We've got
Is this the one
folks
you're
that-
talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We could fund everybody below minimum to 3%, and that really doesn't get us there. To bring everyone to minimum right now with the numbers we have is $484,000. All along, I thought there's no way in the world to get there. But if the court had any inclination of doing what we have put on to do in the past and spend that $379,000, we're not but about $110,000 away from bringing everybody up to that minimum. Now, I ask, because everybody thinks the commissioners are being critical and we're not making any sacrifices. I ask what a half-cent generates. We don't know that number yet, okay? We can see from what Shelley's given us that revenues are down. If I done the math right, Shelley, by the time, this is not accurate, guys, because the time Shelley does her numbers, but it may be totally different. But it looks like we're subject to reduce revenues. If we stayed at 0.3155, we're going to reduce revenues by about $26,000. Okay? I'm gonna make a radical thought process out there, guys. And bottom, everybody's not gonna be happy. Every department this year is probably gonna be affected one way or another. Whether they don't get their personnel, if we go fund everybody to minimum, there's several folks won't get a raise at all. And they're gonna be upset. But they've been fortunate that they've been paid what they've been paid, and I'm sure they earned every dollar, but we've got a number that are not at the minimum. So how might we fund that? Y'all may slap me, run me out of town. Depending on what 1 cent generates, we move our tax rate from road and bridge from 12.5 to 12. A half cent and put it in general fund. Something else we ought to look at, because attending these conferences, what we're learning is we're a little different. We're getting to the point that our elected officials, you know, it's getting to the point that most of our employees are making a lot of them are making more money than what this board is that's managing county government, or should be managing county government. I would suggest we might consider longevity pay. Everybody's going to point to me and say, hey, you're the longest guy here, okay? But longevity pay for elected officials.
I agree.
The other thing that, like I said, if we take the hit on reducing our revenues, is what that half cent's going to do, all of us are going to take a hit. So they can't say that we're not got skin in the game. We look at it, we can certainly fund commissioner salaries out of road and bridge.
That's where they come out anyway, don't
I'm sorry?
they? They come out of road and bridge anyway, don't they?
Yeah, but I mean, so they can't say that we're impacting somebody else's raises and stuff of that nature. It comes out of road and bridge. So,
So our salaries are fun. I guess I didn't realize that our
They're
salaries
funded out of
are
road and
fun.
bridge. and so it doesn't take away from anybody else. Now, what's that gonna do? In full transparency, guys, if we get this growth that's coming, we'll look like heroes. If we don't, we're the dumbest managers in the world. Because we're gonna fund this largely, well, we move it from road and bridge to general fund. We're still gonna fund it, some of it out of our savings. And we know we're losing money every year. But there's a lot of optimism on the court that the money's coming. And when that happens, we go back, we revisit fire department issues, okay? And try to fund them. But right now, we still, you know, we can't fund the full enchilada, the full purchase. We don't need to be doing partial implementation. That does everybody a disservice. You know, we've said all along the money was not there. It is still not there. It's not that we don't want to. I think everybody on this court wants to go fund fire departments to whatever the request is. The money is not there. And with this year alone, we know with $446,000, whatever our insurance increase was, I had $700,000 in my mind that we already committed to before we even got the numbers. So that's my thinking outside the box. I hope we're transparent. And because I'm the long-time guy, we ought to cap longevity, $5,000. Okay? There's some other elected officials out there have more time than I do, I guess. But anyway, it'll only run from the time you were elected to date. Those of you that transitioned from clerical positions or wherever, you won't get it for the 20 years that you've been in the county because you were paid for that. Okay, I finally hit a nerve.
Are you going to exclude state?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to exclude the state?
Yes, for longevity.
Yeah, only county.
County employees.
So, you know, and I'm,
State elected, you're not an employee.
Well, okay, now then, you're the professional bean counter. What have I said that alarms you up to this point?
No, I'm not alarmed, it's just that there are salary limitations on the state elected officials.
So we would exclude those elected officials.
Okay.
Okay. And if we go with this minimum, we take everybody to minimum, there are going to be several folks not going to get a raise. Not going to happen. But it's because if you go look at their salaries, several of those salaries, if you look at our salary survey, again being a draft, most of them are setting it over the max, at the max or over the max.
To talk to the road and bridge, I'm glad you brought that up. I thought about that all weekend, pulling from the road and bridge to help the general fund. A little history before you guys got here. Yeah, completely different court except me and Gary at that point. Of course, I was the rookie on the court trying to be gung ho down the road and bridge. I asked for a penny out of general fund. We put it into road and bridge at that point, so giving back a half a cent. I'm fine with that. We've had that penny to run with it for a few years.
And that
And
may
it's not a whole lot of money, but it will help fund some things.
Well, if a penny generates, it's been generating about 700,000, right, Shelley?
Well, I mean, if you just take the, appraised value, that would be,
When we pulled the penny over, the penny gave us $100,000 extra per precinct for the year.
So it's not, full transparency, it's probably not gonna cover. We're looking at, and don't be naive, if this survey says it's $484,000, by the time you do overtime and bennies, you're looking at $500,000. And we suck that up for 2 years maybe, and see revenues increase, and then it's another roll of the dice or a gamble, depending on what our legislators do. But we've been procrastinating for a period of time, because I think we're all conservatives, bringing everybody up to these minimums. We spent $35,000 for a salary survey. You know, we bite the bullet now, and then, you know, they come back next year and they all want nickel and dime stuff. You know, they might not even be a raise next year. I'm talking 28, you know, but they will have been fortunate to draw whatever we bring them up to, you know,
With that being
to a
said,
perpetual number.
with that being said, we also did say when we did the salary survey that we might not do anything.
Well, I go back.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, but you know, it's easy for folks to want and request, but they don't have an option for how to pay for it. I'm throwing something out there for you guys to kick around. You know, it's a big bite. We just keep pushing the envelope out. We have retention and recruitment issues, you know, but, and you know, we've asked some people to sacrifice some vehicles and some stuff of that nature. It's part of the big picture. It's not pleasant, you know.
What's the max we can bring in on road and bridge?
12.5 cents.
12 and a half?
15.
Oh, it's going up.
no, it's always been 15.
Okay,
15.
so, and
I mean, yeah, I have a big budget, but I have a lot of roads. I got people.
We all do.
well, yeah,
Well, I got 260 miles. I inherited some. Man, I'm trying to keep up.
well,
I'm dipping in my backside pretty hard. Y'all see that.
well, and what the public's gonna say and what we have to be able to explain, because they're gonna say, hey, you took a cut in road and bridge and your roads are not pristine. Some of us manage differently, some of us are sitting on rather large fund balances, some of us purchase differently, you know.
Hopefully, maybe, looking at this way, hopefully your first time you've been here, you've been
Making improvements. You
Make-
steady
yeah,
making
well,
improvements.
maybe I'm finally behind the machinery curve. I feel like I'm ahead of my machinery.
And I mean, you've made some huge investments on equipment, and that's to make you more productive down the road. In theory, we won't have, but in theory, we won't spend $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 a year on equipment. I mean, we all know equipment's high.
No, it is.
A penny is $656,464.
656 and change.
So we would give half that, and that way it doesn't hit.
So we're at 12 and a half and we can go to 15 legally.
Yes, but that would come from general fund.
Yeah.
You would have to
Anything-
take it from general fund.
It still is all in the same revenue.
Yeah.
What'd you say a penny brought in, Shelley?
$656,464.
You'd only lose 75,000 a
656.
We only have one tax rate,
Yeah.
and you disperse it between all of them.
You're
So you would have to
redistributing.
take it from M&O to give it to Road and Bridge.
656 and some change.
So that road and bridge that I pay on my taxes don't go to road and bridge?
It does.
Yes, but,
Absolutely.
but,
You're
but
fixing to
to
move
get
that
to
to a different line.
15, you would have to take it from M&O to move to 15,
That's
to
what I'm
road
saying.
and bridge.
If we went up a point on that and give that point,
No, because what happens is, we're gonna be maxed out, we're probably not gonna get our 3155.
so it's combined, you're saying?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So how it works, we still have the same pot of money.
Okay.
And the state will allow you to charge 15 cents of that pot, and the other is your general fund. But it don't matter, you can still only generate that same amount.
Still capped at 3.5%.
Still got 3% cap, so you can slice that pie however you want. And, you know, I've always said, even if we went it to 15, we're, you
It
can
has to
only
come
do
from
so
somewhere.
much. Yeah, it has to come from someplace, but you can only do so much with that money. You could raise it up, taxes are gonna go up. Are the people really gonna see the improvements? No, because you're gonna have to hire more employees and more this and more that, so you can hurt yourself, so we kind of stay at that happy medium. But at the same time, it can also hurt your general fund, because you can only get that certain parts of the pie.
Yeah.
We're looking about 80,000 each.
Yeah.
But that gives us skin in the game. That is reducing our revenues. You know, so they, I mean, and again, when we're asking some people to give up some take-home cars, we're not cutting the pay. And some of our compensation packages are, they're very considerate. Yeah. We're not suggesting cutting anybody's pay. Now, we need to probably go back on a couple of these and look, but we're not quote unquote cutting somebody's pay. So did we ask for some take-home cars to be cut? Yes. Did we take some cuts in EMS? Yes. You know, there was some comment in one of the responses, well, it's just costing you $1,300. Well, that's not really a true number, because they don't take into consideration what the price of the vehicle was. You know, and if we can get 5,000 here and 6,000 there, it's going to offset what we have to take out of our savings. But it's half that number we would put toward the bringing everybody up to a minimum pay scale. So I kind of lean toward, I mean, that's just some thoughts I've had.
Well, I suggested that last year.
Yeah. And it went right over my head somewhere. Man, of course, last year we have a salary survey. You know, but that,
Are you still talking about cutting positions, personnel?
we haven't talked about cutting positions. We have talked about not filling the 9 positions. Are there some positions that we probably want to discuss? Yeah, but I don't want to discuss them in open court. You know, because I don't want somebody out there being a nervous wreck when they're not even affected. And that would be by far the majority of people. So I still don't have reservations about the take-home cars, eliminating the extra cars, because we're looking at a bigger picture. Anybody got any thoughts on that? Am I nuts? Run me out of town?
No, I think we're on the right path. I think we'll go feed our bellies and come back and talk about it more.
All right.
I was
Fire for
hoping
that.
to have the tax rate. That's why I didn't send y'all the,
You don't have the tax rate? Yeah, and you get the 72-page formula still?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't send y'all the appraised values yet. I was hoping to have all that, so,
But what we know is we're decreasing.
oh, it's,
Yeah.
I said, that's what I sent y'all. I mean,
But I ran the numbers, tried to do the comparisons and do it by the 3155.
And that it's
when-
not much.
When you divide it by 100 and multiply, it, it's $80,000
It's not much.
less than last year.
Yeah, it's not much.
So, that's where we are, guys. Y'all want to do an hour for lunch and get back and, get on down the road.
Start.
138.
Not much.
Judge, will you want to, oops?
How about 2 o'clock? Let's break at 12:38, return at 2. It's an hour and 20.
We make it a little earlier?
Say again?
Can we make it a little earlier?
Sure, we can make it 1 o'clock if
Well, I
you
mean-
want to.
Do an hour break instead of hour and a half, maybe?
Yeah, be back at 1:45.
Because,
1:45.
Thank you.
oh, Being at 148, John Jerome was not feeling well, so he's excused himself for the afternoon. Anything you guys want to talk about to start with?
No,
What we did,
we live. I'm gonna wear my sunglasses because my eyes are on fire today.
as long as it doesn't affect your
It does
thought
not.
process, you know.
It just does not, but I'm tired of having headaches.
We unintentionally did something a little different today in that in the past meetings, we have voted on each department as we went along. We didn't do that this morning. I would entertain a motion that we approve the ones we visited this morning with any changes that we made.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sicking. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Well,
Any
that,
opposed?
do you have the numbers for that, or, I mean, you
I'll have to
don't, you don't need.
re-listen to it all, but I mean, the Jerris was a little confusing. I may just put in there, discuss
The
changes.
changes were
I mean, she
documented
has
by the
them.
auditor's office.
Yeah.
I mean, she has them.
Yes, she has them recorded. And they consisted of changing some numbers in food in the jail, reduction of vehicle, no bilingual stuff that we talked about 2 weeks ago. There was about a $250,000 reduction or something. So, but that's documented on
Yeah.
video and the
But
numbers
Jason
have
made
been
that motion,
captured.
I thought you made it. Jason made it on that motion?
I said I would entertain a motion.
Oh, but you
Jason made it.
Okay,
Matt seconded it.
Okay.
And it carried 4-0.
okay, got it.
Okay, everybody, they get us up to speed? Okay. I think I have a list of what the people have asked for up to this point. Some of them may be quick up and down, some of them we may need to talk about some more. But the first request by EMS was for 2 community medics.
Let's talk about that, what that meant again. I know what it means, but
Well, I think what he said is they would be 2 medics that would come in, work 8 to 5. They would use the training captain's vehicle once the training captain arrived at work, and they would go throughout the community to the folks that they visit frequently with an ambulance and try to educate them to take better care of themselves with the thought process it would reduce the county's cost because we're making ambulance use. Is that what you guys heard, something to that effect?
yeah.
I mean,
Or they could run the lift assist type of calls, if we're level 0 or level 1 or something like that, maybe.
They think an 8 to 5 or 7 to 4 person, or a 10 to 8 or something like that, or whatever that number is. And are they gonna use an ambulance? Or are they gonna use
I tell you guys something that I don't know if you're aware of. I don't know if you've looked at it in the past. Don't even know if you know the numbers are out there. Since 2013, Cooke County's added 55 jobs.
As what?
has added 55 jobs
Since when?
in 2013. And, you know,
I think at this point, we're not there for that yet, are we?
I mean, personally, I don't, we got a request for 9 people this time. And some of the departments that's asking for people now have added 3 in that time frame. And the largest increase has been in EMS and sheriff's office.
Which is rightfully so.
I think,
I'm not I mean, we can't afford to do it. I was just curious more about the details of it.
okay, anybody in favor that wants to offer that up, or?
The justification just says with increased call volume, this position would try to prevent repetitive calls and home visits to correct chronic issues.
Which to me are not first responders. There may be some cost-cutting values there, I don't doubt that at all. But, like I said, again, depending on the court's position, we're trying to save some money in addition to what we might transition from road and bridge into general fund. So, we need to prioritize some things. I'm not hearing anybody in favor of adding 2 community medics.
I'd like to know more what their schedule would be or how they're gonna. I mean, their call volume is up a lot. I mean, I know we've talked a little bit about Station 6. You know, it's in front of us. Is this something that would be a feasible deal that we could bring on 2 people? You know, are they gonna be, I just need to know more logistics about it before I'd really make a decision on that.
I don't disagree, I just don't know how we're gonna fund it.
And I agree with that
Like I
also.
said, we've talked about if we can bring everybody up, it's $500,000. And we can't raise the taxes, we're gonna have to go to voter approval rate now. That's which means, so whatever that dictates is what we're gonna have to spend. And I really didn't anticipate less revenues, I thought it might be flat, but after hearing the numbers this morning, it's less. We might revisit EMS as far as their striker stretchers. Anybody have any objection to eliminating the chairs and using those funds toward the second striker stretcher?
I think they use it a whole lot more as far as in their day-to-day deal than they
And
would.
they've got chairs, I mean,
Yeah.
they have some chairs, right?
Right. And I didn't realize there was one of them that wasn't working at all sometimes.
Adam, do you want to make that a form of a motion to,
I'll make the motion that we not do the chairs and do the extra, or do 2 stretchers instead of 1.
and I don't know that the chairs cover the total expense, they might be
probably
extra
doesn't.
money to that.
Because what do we do, 3 or 4 chairs, and they were, I think we're gonna have to add a little to it.
quoted for one cot and 2 chairs.
Yeah.
Which I'll go
See what the chairs were. How much?
10,686. Oh, that's for both of them, that's what just said.
And the cots,
Cot was 42,000.
yeah,
Maybe that
40,
saves-
yeah,
helps save
41,
somebody's back.
42 with batteries. So we're gonna add about 30,
Make a motion to remove one of the chairs and add
both chairs.
Remove both chairs.
both chairs.
And apply those funds toward the
Towards the-
second striker.
To sort of second striker cot.
We
Bring
can
that
add-
total from 10,000 to 42,000.
You're right.
We
we'll
bring
add
that
about
number,
30,000 to it.
we're gonna have to add about 30,000 to it.
Is that what you guys want to do? I mean, do they, my concern, they got 7 ambulances, okay? Do they all have strikers in them?
I don't know if every ambulance has got, used to, we would take one out of the ambulance that was going in the shop, we'd take that cot out and put it in the other one. But I don't know how they're configured now, if all of them have the lift assist in them.
Well, it says it currently have 7 stretchers, okay, in daily use.
So, you know, we should ask for a second and then discussion, we're out of line there, but, they've got 5 ambulances, so if the other 2 have the lift assist on them, they have 2 backups long enough to get the maintenance man out. $30,000.
It'd be an increase of 30 if we take the 2 chairs back, about 32,000.
And in this same discussion, he's still trying to justify the take-home car. I mean, I understand that the captain's gonna be more involved and that wants to go out and assess the employees, which I think is great. They all rotate shifts, do they not? So all those assessments could be done during the day, 8 to 5.
Well, the training captain is kind of an extra person.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, that has been a quote-unquote take-home car. That's transportation to and from home. I mean, and he even says, hey, things are gonna change. Well, let's, we won't surplus the car at this point in time. But let's let the new director get his feet on the ground and
I know he's wanting her to, or that person to be able to carry the blood too. We had a deal that, and you say it never happens, we don't use blood that often. We had 2 calls probably a month ago. We had one outside of Lindsay, and then within an hour they had another one. Both required blood.
how'd it happen? How'd they take care of it?
I think Rescue 5 run to the hospital and got blood for the second one. But
So do we think that the training captain's gonna come in at 2 o'clock in the morning and go run blood?
no, well, your captain will do that. It's just if they had 2 incidences at the same time that person could do that, even if she was here.
Yeah, but I mean, again, at some point, we gotta try to run on some type of statistical thought process instead of what we think and what we feel and what might happen.
Right.
You know, what's the return on investment? Because all of them are gonna have similar scenarios that things might happen or we are gonna change things, but that's not what we've seen historically. So,
Okay, back to equipment, where I had 1 Lucas, 2 chairs, and 1 cot, and 1 cot being paid by the rural ambulance grant.
okay, so what's the difference in the price of the 2 chairs and the second cot, Shelley? You understand our scenario? We don't buy any chairs,
We don't buy any chairs, no chairs at all.
and that is how much money?
8 chairs is $42,000.
Okay. Well, that's about 5,000 a chair.
So I have 10,817 for 2 chairs.
Okay, so it cost us $30,000 to buy a new cot. We possibly have ambulances, 2 extra ambulances with cots that we might transition the cot from ambulance.
Cost is $41,133.
So $30,000. We have a motion. We know the numbers. Do we have a second?
So no chairs, 2 cots out of general fund and 1 cot out of the.
No, no.
Right now, we don't, we,
One will come from the grant, and one will come that we pay for.
so we're gonna get a new cot with the new bus. And so we're gonna move a bus out of service. We've got 2 buses to move out, well, at least one bus gonna move out of service.
Yeah, but the cots that are in those trucks are 15 years old.
I understand.
That's why we want to get one more cot.
And so we're buying one,
Buying one outright and one's on the grant, so that's 2.
so that's the 2.
Yes.
We won't get one on our remount.
No,
Cots are separate.
Okay.
no, the remounts already has one.
Yeah.
No,
But it's an old-
that's what he's at. Matt's saying, do we get it?
No,
Adam's
it
saying,
already has one.
okay, so you're gonna get 3?
No. It has already existing old
Our
cot in
remounts
it.
just make it in the new box. Or get-
Oh.
They're just putting a new
okay.
truck
No,
in.
I get you. I'm with you. Okay, so,
But now with the new ambulance that we're getting on the grant, we can implement a new cot and rig it completely out.
okay, and then we're gonna buy one, which is what we agreed to before, 1 cot, 2 chairs. I think we leave it 1 cot, 2 chairs.
That's what I have from before.
Yeah,
One loop is 2 chairs, 1 cot in general fund, and 1 cot out of the grant.
so,
That's what I have before.
so his initial request was for 2 cots, right? And we cut it to 1.
I think it was for 3.
No, it's for 2.
It was for 2.
2 cots out of general fund, 2 cots, 2 Lucas, 8 chairs, a new ambulance, and a new rescue truck. That was his original ask.
Yeah. He asked for 2 Lucases for $43,362. We cut him to 1. So, then there was the 2 strikers, which are 42,000.
8, and he asked for 8.
I'm sorry, he asked for 8. We cut him, that's the chairs, we cut it to 2.
Right.
Okay, so 1 off the grant, 1 in a new ambulance, and 1 that we're buying. That's 3 cots. Oh, the grant one's in the ambulance grant. So it's,
Probably the one on the grant's gonna be 2 years down the road though, isn't it?
no, oh, well, it could be. The remount comes in first part of
Okay.
2027.
In January.
27, the other one's.
So it'd be nice to have a cot there, a new one. But then the other one's gonna be 2 years down the road before we get the new ambulance.
That'll be budgeted in the grant.
Yeah.
And we've got another budget cycle before then.
I thought they're both, one's coming in January and one's coming in at the end of
You're right.
27.
You're right, but the remount, they take the old box with the cot in
Right.
it and bring it back.
Right, no,
But-
yeah.
So, but then we will get 1 new one with the grant, and we're buying 1 outright, so that's 2 new ones. Am I back on track now? I think we leave it like it was, guys. Of course, I didn't hear it. I could say officially, Adam's motion died for lack of a second. But,
And what are the Lucases?
We're buying 1 Lucas.
I know, but what
What's
is
it?
it?
It's a deal that does compressions on your chest.
Okay, that's right.
But we got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 of them under 2 years and 3 of them that are right at 3 years. So rescue trucks have one, and the 5 frontline ambulances have a Lucas. The other one's 11 years old and 10 years old. I mean, they're getting close to their, pretty well the end of their life.
And I don't doubt that, but we hear so much about end of life, and I mean, it's kind of like the rescue truck that I've got up at the county barn. It came out of EMS service, and I've driven it for some 8-10 years, and I realize it's not the same thing. But as long as we've got somebody that can maintain them, and, you know, I read the justification, he may retire, well, he may, you know, may not. So, okay, and the main reason for revisiting this, because we said we were not gonna go back, was the take-home vehicle. So, so that's one that I don't anticipate we would surplus, because it absolutely, I think, needs to be available to the training officer 8 to 5, or if she works 10-hour shifts, whatever it is. Again, we're not, for the most part, we're not eliminating any vehicles, except when we go talk about the constable's vehicle. The rest of them continue to have vehicles. They'll just be available 8 to 5. It'll be a long afternoon, guys.
All right, so to confirm, I need to leave the 1 Lucas, 2 chairs, and 1 cot in general fund.
I think so.
Because that was a motion to leave it as it is?
No, his motion died for lack of a
I know
second.
that, and then I thought you did another motion to leave it as is.
Well, we don't have to have a motion, leave it as is.
Well,
That's clarification.
can we
There's no
repeat the
change,
motion?
so just leave it.
Oh,
His motion, Mr. taking some liberties, is to
I'll say it.
eliminate the purchase of the chairs, put that $10,000 toward a $43,000 cot, and add $30,000 to the general fund budget to buy a second cot. Am I correct in that, Adam?
Yeah.
Which
Do we have a second?
Is that what he's wanting in his email?
That's one of the things, yeah.
He made a motion.
I'll second that.
I need to speak up a little bit more down there.
I didn't even hear, I didn't hear anything you said, Matt, I'm sorry. I didn't
Oh,
hear.
he was just talking to me, but I was asking if that's kind of what it was, the synopsis was on this letter from the chief. You hear it?
No?
Still can't hear that? I said he was just talking to me. I asked
But
if
I
that's
thought, no, I
what,
thought he made a motion, though. He just said motion. Maybe you said
well,
motion.
I'm
said-
seconding Adam's motion because it is.
He said, initially.
Adam's already died for lack of second.
Okay, so we're dead, okay.
Well, I mean, guys, I'm not trying to rush anybody through a process. You know, if we need to revisit it, let's take the time to revisit it. It's, I mean, circumstances haven't changed, so.
Right.
So you didn't make another motion, Gary? You didn't.
Right now, Adam's initial motion, I asked, I think twice, do we have a second?
Right now, yeah. I've
Okay.
already wrote down that his motion
And I said
died.
it has died for lack of second. Jason has revisited the email from the EMS chief with some second thoughts. And so, this is
I'm willing to second his motion if he wants to remake it.
Okay, you want to remake your motion, Adam?
Yeah, we need to remake it, I think.
So I make the motion that we not buy the 2 chairs and buy an additional cot, adding $32,000 more to the budget for the extra cot.
Okay, we have a
Oh.
motion by Commissioner Art.
I'll second that one.
We have a second by Commissioner Stokes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0. Okay,
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sitting here just,
all right. So we have addressed the cots. We spoke to the rescue truck and the ambulances at length.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I made the suggestion to him looking forward if we could find a cheaper vehicle. That didn't have anything to do with this year.
So no other changes to the EMS budget.
That brings,
We need to trade out with one that's voting.
Need some batteries?
that brings the new equipment total for EMS to, from 73,631 to 104,013.
Okay. That leaves, no purchases of vehicles, and the take-home vehicle becomes an 8-to-5 vehicle. No take-home car. I see a lot of heads nodding,
Wait,
okay?
we already made that. Did we make that decision last time?
Well, but they appealed it,
Yeah.
so I need a motion, I would guess, to eliminate that take-home car.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we eliminate the take-home car. It's used for, like you said, 8 to 5 or,
Not eliminating the car.
yeah, not eliminating the car, it's eliminating his use as a take-home vehicle.
Do I have a second? We have a motion by Commissioner Suggs to eliminate take-home vehicle.
We can't hear what you're saying.
You're eliminating the take-home vehicle for what office?
Is that,
Commissioner Stokes has made a motion to eliminate the take-home vehicle for EMS. You still, can you hear me, Matt?
Barely.
I can't hear very well either with this air conditioner.
if I turn it off, I'm gonna sweat.
Yeah.
I'm pouring right now.
Commissioner Snuggs has made a motion that we eliminate the take-home vehicle for EMS. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Sicking. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Commissioner Art votes nay. And again, that vehicle, I don't think there's any plan to surplus that vehicle.
No.
So that one may be one to relook. We're down to SO dispatch.
Clarify that. They're not taking it home, but it's still, they got it to use during the day.
Absolutely.
8 to
Okay.
5.
Absolutely. And I'll even go on record saying if there's a circumstance where there's gonna be blood delivered after hours, they can plan, if it needs to go home that evening or something, I don't have a problem with that. If it's,
They probably won't have that. That's usually an emergency transfer. That's somebody needs it now, they gotta run to
Okay.
the closest
Okay.
source.
okay,
But if that happens and it's at home, you slow the process because they're gonna have to get up,
Yeah.
get available.
yeah.
Okay?
And that's what the rescue truck's for.
Well, and Adam brings up a good point. If you have 2 of those at a time, but we may not have 2 in a month, you know.
I also need to clarify that the machinery and equipment for EMS really is $377,645 because the remount budget for this year needs to be added to next year as a carryover because it's not going to be delivered till January. So the actual total is $377,645.
That's machinery and equipment.
Yes, and EMS.
Guys,
But that's just a rollover from this year to next year.
And I'm not revising any of the numbers that I have as I coordinate the meeting today. So, trusting that Shelley's capturing them, you guys are capturing them, somebody's capturing them.
So now we're on
I'm just going to,
you're on we're on the dispatcher?
the request from the sheriff's office is to add a new dispatcher, with the suggestion of he will reduce the $59,000 in overtime that he's spending on dispatch. Also would give his dispatchers a break to, it's important that, that's the first people that they come in contact in an emergency or in a crisis is dispatch. We they do a great job, but we need to be sure that they're not mentally exhausted and things of that nature. So. We're the ones who may get that call with that suicidal subject on the other end of the line, or the victim of violent crime. That's the first person that they're going to talk to. We know that he's had staffing shortages and stuff of that nature. And due to that, his people are putting in a lot of overtime. So, having said that, that's
In theory,
on the floor.
yeah, in theory, we're gonna pay for it out of the, we're either gonna pay it in overtime or pay it to a staff position.
To an exhausted person.
Yeah, exactly. I'll make the motion that we do a dispatching employee.
I have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs to fill the dispatcher position at the sheriff's office. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Have a second from Commissioner Art. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0. All right. The treasurer has asked initially for a full-time employee. She said, she asked me to request or suggest that if she can't get a full-time employee, would we convert the part-time employee to 29 hours? And she's wanting to do some additional things, associated with hotel, motel tax, and part-time rentals or short-term rentals, is her added comments for justifications.
I don't foresee an issue with that. I guess I felt like all part-time employees were approved for 29 hours, but I guess at some point we just looked at the budget and gave them 20 hours. Is that how that went?
I don't,
That position was there a long time before me.
it's been 20 hours for as long as I can remember, but that's, I'm sorry?
It started at 20 hours, and it's always been 20 hours.
It's always been 20 hours.
That's on y'all. I don't have heartburn one way or the other on that one.
Yeah. So,
I'll make a motion that we add, 9 hours to that part-time position at the treasurer's office.
Commissioner Snuggs has made the motion that we add 9 hours to the part-time position in the treasurer's office. In other words, that's not considering the full-time position requested and changing the part-time position from 20 to 29 hours. Do we have a second?
I'll second that also.
Okay. We have a second from Commissioner Arndt. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries 3-1. Did you hear that? Motion carries 3-1. Okay, so Shelley, Elizabeth, you got it, 29 hours. Okay? IT, full-time support for the SO and EMS is what their ask is for. Any discussion?
What were some of the things that we talked about in court that day about rerouting some staff, or didn't the sheriff say that he could? He had some
Sheriff
wiggle
was
room on
looking
that?
he was looking for some money out of his budget to try to staff part of it.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
thinking.
think we reached out there and got some funds from the sheriff already.
Yeah.
Personally, if we chose to fill that or to fund it, I wouldn't fill it until after the first of the year.
Explain that logic.
Well,
They spend a lot of time.
Hmm?
They spend a lot of time out there.
I think we'll get a better assessment of that department after the first of the year. I can't read you with those glasses, but I'm telling you, you not think we'll get a better assessment of the department after the first of the year.
That was going over my head. I don't know where you're going with that.
Well, right now, who do you think, the person that currently assesses that office, do you think they have an IT background? The person that they report to, do they have an IT background to properly assess the performance or offer suggestions or to enhance utilization of the people?
In the IT department?
Yes. I'm not talking about the director. Who's the director report to?
Oh,
And is that person?
okay, I got you. Good.
We good?
We're good.
Okay, that would be my rationale. If you guys, I mean, I'm hearing an outcry from
I got you.
EMS and the sheriff that we need to, but now, the flip side of that's added about 3.5 jobs in the last. So I think we could get some oversight if we, and that's no reflection on the director or the employees or.
Got it.
So.
Got it.
So, should we fund that, I would say, put a freeze on that until,
I mean, I know it's needed, but it's. We can
there's
always,
IT guy.
we can always add it in an emergency situation too.
Well, but the thing is, if we fund it and don't fill it, that's fine, but if we don't fund it, we can't fill it.
Yeah. Does anybody want to?
You've been eavesdropping,
Overwork told me that
they're talking about you. Right?
How much money are we talking?
I don't know, what's IT pay? What position is IT? I think he's requesting a full-time. Would this be a full-blown IT person, not a person you need to train up?
Yes, I was thinking of adding a position just for sheriff and EMS.
Is that the $60,000 position? So with Benny's, it's 80, 85? Yeah, the lady, yeah. I lean toward funding it and then,
Evaluate it.
and then after the first of the year, let Darryl see if he can justify it.
Is that a motion?
I can make it.
I'll second that.
I made a motion that we fund an IT person. And what is it, 60,000?
I'd say 68,000 with benefits.
68 with benefits?
That's what it says.
That doesn't sound right. Because the base is 60, isn't it? And then 18,000 for insurance, that's 78. Can't hear me talk, but when I move something, you hear everything. Let the record show the ghost voice in the background's HR. Elizabeth Hookton.
Estimated 86,700.
86,700?
86,700.
$86,000. I made the motion, Commissioner Hart seconded the motion. All in favor signify by saying, whoop. What, Shelley?
Nothing.
Don't shake your head like that.
Sorry, I was doing that to myself.
Okay. I made the motion that we fund the position at $86,000. Commissioner Arndt seconded the position with the caveat, it will not be filled until after the first of the year, and it's approved.
For the fiscal year.
No.
No,
Calendar year.
Nope.
probably February 1st.
Yeah, let's say February the 1st. And before you do that, you need to come back to the court and be sure that we still approve the hiring. And what we need to look at doing at some point, guys, is freeze hiring without approval.
And what?
Freeze hiring without approval. In other words, if somebody has an opening that's an approved
True.
opening, but, I mean, anyway, we need to fix that, okay? Questions for us?
No, sir. No questions. Sounds like an outstanding outcome.
Yeah, you better, yeah. All right,
We vote.
did we
We
vote?
vote.
I'm sorry. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 4-0. Thanks for helping, keeping me in line. I don't practice this on a regular basis. The next one's Abigail's Arms for the same nurse. That's about a $90,000 request. Do I have any motions or no actions or whatever?
Which topic?
Same nurse for Abigail's Arms.
Did they ever get back with us to see who else is willing to help?
The request for us is $90,000, I think is what it is. I'm not hearing any advocates. Do I hear no action?
No action.
I would think that the hospital could pick some of that up.
Let's back up. Somebody give me a motion not to, I would entertain a motion not to fund that. Because that's what we really need, because the rest of them we're funding and not funding.
I'll make a motion that we don't fund the same nurse at this time.
Have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs not to fund the same nurse at this time.
Okay, and that motion, does that mean we're gonna fund the other stuff then?
Oh,
On Abigail's Arms? Yeah. The only thing we're talking about now is funding personnel or not funding personnel. Do you want to go back and revisit
Well,
Abigail's?
no, we're going through these, we knock them out.
You already did that.
We already did Abigail's Arms. It's been voted.
Okay.
We said the only ones we were going to come back to, and
Okay,
we,
gotcha.
okay, is
Got me confused.
increases and stuff like that. So
Okay.
I have a motion by Commissioner Snuggs not to fund the same nurse for Abigail's Arms. Do we have a second?
Say,
We have a second from Commissioner Sickey. not to fund the same nurse for Abigail's Arms. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody, anyone opposed signify by same sign. Hearing no nays. Motion carries 4-0. I have on here the request from the DA to fund the stipend for the Victims Assistance Coordinator. That's the salary that we set last year. What?
Sure wish I had a copy of your
You spend the last 3 weekends and lots of sleep and you have some notes. Trust me. It's been one of the most difficult budget times because we are being a little bit critical. We're trying to accomplish a large goal here, and I don't take it lightly. It's not fun.
No, it's been miserable, and I've been telling everybody for 2 years it's gonna get miserable.
It doesn't pay us any extra to sit up here and make tough decisions. I'm asking coworkers to make tough decisions I've worked with for years. And I've said all along, it's not personal, it's not about performances. Some of this stuff should have been done years ago, and probably in the future will probably happen in preliminary budget hearings, would be my guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Do I have any motions for the Victims Assistance Coordinator stipend to be reinstated and funded by general fund?
Who, and it was paid for by who before?
This was the Victims Assistance stipend that went away, and then it was supplemented by SB 22 money.
Okay. I don't think there's been any waiver on the court on that. Every time we said if a grant goes away, it goes away.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs not to fund the Victims Assistance stipend. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Sicking. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 4-0. All right, district clerk. The district clerk has asked to replace her part-time records clerk. I'm sorry, that's not true. The district clerk asked that we fund a full-time position. What we discussed in the previous hearing was to eliminate the part-time records preservation person and possibly, we told her straight up at a minimum she would get a 29-hour part-time clerk other than a records preservation clerk.
Y'all voted to do that one.
We voted to do that. Has anybody got any change of any thought process? Leave it as is.
Do you remember what's her staff? How many?
I can't answer
It doesn't
that.
matter. I'm just comparing it to something I learned at conference.
Yeah. We learned lots of things in conference. Anybody got any motions out there? Leave it as is or consider full-time position?
I think we leave it as part-time. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so we leave it as it was during the last hearing. And you've got that, Pam, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to take action on that. The district judge, she has asked that we fund a full-time position. That position up to this point's been funded by ARPA money. So we need to decide, do we want to fund that? Which we're gonna get some feedback, some negative feedback on, because we said, hey, we're not funding. But now, the difference is, this was not a stipend, it was not a supplement. Everybody benefited from ARPA money.
And it was really needed
in this past week when there were 2 trials going on, one across the street and one in this building, and she needed 2 coordinators, and she only had 1. And
And like I said, the ARPA money to me is totally different. Everybody benefited from the ARPA money. It wasn't 1 or 2 people. So I think that's as transparent as it could be.
the ARPA money runs out December 31st.
So,
So you'd have 9 months
yeah.
of general fund.
Of course, what we know, we've had significant increase in court activity that, you know, it affects not only the coordinators, it affects the district clerk, all the way down to the compliance office. You know, it has a negative effect on compliance because compliance can't collect if cases aren't disposed.
Did you say we had an increase in court or a decrease?
We've had an increase in workload. When you have visiting judges and all, well, it was explained during the clerk's visit, when you have visiting judges, all of them have different expectations, and they have to deal with more calendars and things of that nature. Again, I'm not questioning anybody's performances or their processes or anything else. I think we've done a better job of this year of trying to use numbers and not emotions and personalities and feelings and all those things. So, the request from the district judge is to fund a full-time employee in the coordinator's position. Do we have a motion?
You made a motion, or you?
I said, do we have a motion?
I'll make it.
Commissioner Sicking makes the motion that we fund the district judge coordinator position full-time. Do we have a second?
Where do you want to bring her in? Or them in?
They're already there, in reality. We'll bring them in at the same rate? The question is, where do we want to bring her in at salary-wise? Would we not just stay at the same rate?
I would think you would. And that rate was set for that position, it wasn't based on ARPA funds, it was based on position.
And it's less money than,
It's significantly less than the lead coordinator.
yeah, you know the number off the top of your head.
So is it the assistant court coordinator we're talking about?
Yes.
So the base rate is $54,193 without benefits, so we add benefits to that.
It wasn't funded at that rate for ARPA, was it?
Yes,
Current rate? 54 what?
$54,193.
So we're not bringing that in at just above a deputy clerk or anything like that.
I think a lot of people will be curious what you mean when you said that, everybody benefited from ARPA, but we gave raises based with ARPA.
That's what I mean, everybody got raises.
Yeah.
Everybody benefited from ARPA.
Yep.
Everyone. So this is
I was
not
just
like a stipend.
Yeah, I was just clarifying.
It was selected for one person.
I just-
Only one person benefited, or SB 22 money, a select group benefited. ARPA, everybody
Yeah,
benefited
I
from ARPA.
was just clarifying for the consistency.
Think about that one. Go figure out a class. I have a motion on the floor, because we are looking at the salary survey stuff. Let's not tie salary to it yet if we choose to fund it.
That's what I'm looking at. 'Cause
We want to be sure that we place it in the right spot.
Yeah.
And so, I certainly don't want to make it full-time and put it in above somebody that's making less money. So, right now, we're sitting on a motion, right? By Commissioner Sicking.
second it. You can second it.
I'm gonna second that, waiting on, we're not gonna put a number to it yet. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 4-0. Need to wait.
I mean, if you're looking at it, if you want to compare it to like a chief deputy, it would be 51,000 versus 54,000.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
So,
Yeah. Because that is more of an admin position than it is a coordinator position.
you want to wait on that.
Yeah, but wait, yeah, let us, we won't set a salary on that for now. Okay? All right, where are we? Okay. The county attorney asked for an attorney. We talked a little bit there about revenues and some increased workload, and I don't think there was any indication at this point to fill that position. You hear me, Matt?
We,
Okay. The other one was a request for, another request was from the county attorney to fund an additional attorney in anticipation of increased activity and a need by the JP's office for additional presence of county attorneys or assistant attorneys in the JP courts. I'd make a motion, we push that out a year.
Say your motion.
Yep. Push that hire out a year.
The hire of what?
He wants to hire an attorney, $100,000 for another attorney.
No, I second that.
I have a second from Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All in, any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0. All right, I think that's, we talked about EMS, district clerk, sheriff's office, county attorney, district judge, treasurer, IT, Abigail's Arms, DA. Oh, I think we didn't talk about one. DA.
Crickets.
Crickets. Take that as no action. And the next one is the county clerk, who asked to keep her part-time. And I'd make a motion that we allow her to keep her part-time. Do I have a second? For the clerk, county clerk, to keep her part-time.
Why is it going away?
I think she asked to have it renewed every year.
Oh, every year.
Don't you ask every year to keep your
Yeah,
part-time?
I ask every year to keep my part-time. She does the records preservation part of moving criminal, and that person helps me a lot with elections.
Okay,
If I didn't have her, I'd be doing all that myself,
okay, so,
which I need to hire someone. I've been waiting to make sure.
Yeah, I'll second.
You got a motion from me, a second from Commissioner Snudge. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0. Just for budgeting purposes, I throwed a bunch of stuff out there right before lunch. And so Shelley can put some numbers in. I'm sorry, so HR can create a spreadsheet. You don't get a vote. let's revisit that. Because we can't vote on anything until we have some idea what the plan is. Okay? Again, first option, no raises. Second options, 3% across the board. Everybody gets one. And again, I think we've done that for too many years. And we really, when we take them to the minimum, we really ought to start asking elected officials to do performance evaluations. And department heads.
What you talking about, Liz?
And again, these are just comments, guys, but we need to have some idea. Again, we need to solidify this, what I'm understanding, next quarter. Well, again, we won't pass a budget till end of August, but,
Preliminary.
yeah, preliminary, so
Well, once you file a proposed budget, you only have so many days
Right.
to adopt it.
so we can, but we won't have another quarter after that, right?
You have to have a public hearing within so many days, but not so many days. It gets confusing.
Okay.
I'll have it all set for you.
Hang on.
And if you're gonna raise the tax rate, you're gonna have a public hearing, and with the new postings, it's gonna, your crystal ball's gonna have to be dusted off, because you're gonna have to post before you even decide.
Okay. All right. If we do the 3% across the board, roughly $379,000. If we, the next number I won't know, 3% for those below minimum, and all that does is, I don't know that buys us anything. And people are gonna be upset across the board, doesn't make any difference what we do. And then to fund the, like I said, it's a draft survey right now, but to fund it is, with some changes, $506,000. Anybody got a taste for any of those? So Shelley can at least put it in the budget and see what the numbers really are.
It passes for you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It passes
It passes through her, yeah.
through.
I thought, I mean, yeah. Like I said, y'all might not know it, but some of these exercises get kind of tiring. I might go sleep at the wheel. Okay, anybody weighing in? What did I do?
I stole
You what?
it. I stole it.
Oh, no wonder I can't.
I'm a visual guy.
You usually rip me off, so what you did.
You got it.
I turned my head for 2 seconds. It's a wonder you didn't take the whole computer.
Never know.
I hadn't talked about that one. You have any interest in that?
That's all right.
Yeah. That's what your surrounding counties are doing, what you're competing with. 2.25 cents per dollar.
Okay, I knew it was better.
It's 2.05 per dollar right now, everything's supposed to 2.25. If you're looking at the salary survey, and I don't know that we're gonna go into it in detail today, but the third column from the left, or the small column will tell you what it's gonna take to get each employee to minimum. Anybody above minimum, there'll be a 0 in that column. And if you chose option, if you chose 3% for all those below minimum, then everybody with a number in there would get 3%. In other words, to take it from where they are to the minimum, you're just not taking the minimum. But I don't even think that's worth the effort. And again, if we see our growth and our revenue and our legislators don't totally mess things up, we ought to be well thought of by most employees, and the others may not be pleased or satisfied.
But they're at the,
Tough
if they're
decisions.
above the minimum, they'll stay.
Okay, if they are, which one are you looking at? That's the latest one she's printed?
This one we got today.
Okay. All right. To bring them to minimum is right here. Okay, this one we may want to look at, but that's minimum on that job grade. And, yeah,
Are we talking about adjusting, like, the ones that are above minimum, any? Or they just stay flat?
Zero.
To zero.
I mean,
Okay.
this gets us to the minimums. All this does is get them to the minimums. And actually, I don't know how much conversation you and Jody and Elizabeth have had, but I'm absolutely confident that we can't fund everybody to meet
Oh, yeah.
or midpoint. Excuse me. Digest that.
Because some call them like, oh, okay, because I'm not.
Question.
Any thoughts, guys?
On this thing, excuse me, on the current rate, is it before or after fringes on this paper?
It is
Before, okay. Got my answer.
just by like a hair.
I'm not expecting you to digest that today. I'm just looking for a concept.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of any concept so that Elizabeth can create a spreadsheet and it can be input into the budget so we can decide whether or not we can fund it? I'm sorry?
Keep in mind that fringes are not on that 506.
Right, yeah, we've said that, again, just like the 484 number, fringes are not in there. So.
So as you bring these up, your retirement's gonna come up a little bit too, that's not gonna be in there.
Everything's coming
I think it's another around about 80,000.
for everybody. It increased pennies for everybody.
Well, we kinda knew that we couldn't do it all at one time. But we talked
Well,
about it
we
like
wasn't talking about funding out of road and bridge
But we
money.
talked about it.
Half cent out of road and bridge.
to fund this whole thing.
Well, half of, if it's $600,000, okay, we're gonna give 300 and some thousand of that road and bridge money toward funding. Okay, and then if we was talking about giving a 3% across the board, then it's the difference in those two.
Yeah. What about if we did half this year and half next year?
Which half?
Just do half the amount in there.
Well, that's like giving some of them 3%, and it gets none of them the minimum.
Some of them are overpaid.
They're not getting a raise.
Yeah.
They're gonna be 35, 40 people not getting a raise.
Right. And that's part of the study,
That's right. We
Which-
paid for a study,
which we said,
you know, and like I said, I can say with a great deal of confidence that Judge Henry would absolutely like to see us funded at midpoint. But I personally think if we bite off a $500,000,
a lot.
that's a lot of money. But
That's why I say, can we do 250,000 of it to those that need it?
I don't really want to do this, but if I were gonna do it that way, I'd just take a penny from rather than big fund off.
My thinking is we spent $30,000
Yeah.
to get this. Let's see what it's gonna take to get everybody to the minimum.
The minimum, yeah. And again, some of us gonna be surprised, because there's some of them out there think that I don't make enough money, and they're gonna find out that they're above minimum for their peers in adjacent counties and like-minded counties. And I mean.
And it wasn't just counties, it's private industry also.
Well, yeah.
It's cities and counties.
City and county only.
And you take our road and bridge guys, for those folks, on different beast, because we're competing with oil field industry. And like I said, what we choose to do with road and bridge doesn't impact general fund or anybody else's fund. So any raise that we should decide on for commissioners court or road and bridge people is coming out of road and bridge dollars. If you look at the survey, that puts us in the same class as a quote-unquote county judge, administrative judge only. What?
Oh, and that's where the 3% just across the board sometimes it escalates because someone makes more, then they get a bigger jump each time.
Well, then they get longevity, and then what happens, they make more than the commissioner's court.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I suggested that we pay elected officials longevity pay. I say commissioner's court. There's more than one department that the employees make more than the manager or the elected official. I mean, we've got there's lots of folks up there whose salaries are larger than what the commissioners are. So, do you want to give for any numbers? What do we want to do? We can't show up next court and approve a budget if there's no numbers in the budget. Well, you can do the. I don't know how Shelley knows about that. She's then got to go float it into the, put it into. And I'm open for suggestions. I mean, this is way out of the box
I mean,
thinking
this
what
is,
we've
this
done
is
in
a
years.
pretty aggressive way to hit it.
I mean,
I mean,
I'm concerned if we do a half now, half later. I've seen it over the years where the other half never showed up, and we don't have people at the middle. I can't tell you how many times that we've told the admins, hey, we'll give you half now and half next year, and next year never came. So, I mean,
Well, I get that my whole life. Are you gonna let it, is it up to the elected officials to say, yes, we're gonna do that? As far as if we do the raise, I mean, the deal across the board for the 506, of course, they're all gonna say yes.
the survey's driving it.
Yeah, I mean, but there's
It's not
some
you
that-
and I mean, they're not anybody going to decline it.
Yeah, but there's that.
The problem's gonna be is whenever an elected official or department head's employee doesn't get a raise, they're gonna go say why,
Yeah,
okay? And the answer is, we paid to do a study to try to identify where we were
sure.
in comparison to other counties so we could be competitive to recruit and retain, and this is the number. And again, I'm not taking away from anybody, we're not cutting anybody's pay.
So what about like the part-time? Would you bring them up too then?
No. The part, we didn't go do a number. The salary survey, to the best of my knowledge, didn't do anything.
there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to give a part-time a raise too, but
It sounds like she's calculated it in on some of them because of
it's a little.
some. And again, I'm sure there's part-times tied to certain job classes and job titles that didn't get an increase. Is that a? Again, this is a draft document, but again, it goes back to, we have some idea. We want to try to fund something, we don't want to try to fund something. I personally am not an advocate anymore of 3%. And especially when we got some folks out there that's not making minimum. And I go give somebody that's got huge salaries 3%.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's because theirs grows way faster.
Absolutely. Yeah. 3% of 100,000 is a whole lot more than 3% of 20,000 or 30,000. And all I'm doing, like I said, I throw those options out. I throw out longevity for elected. I talked about road and bridge to be 3% road and bridge to be funded out of general fund. Transition $0.50 from road and bridge revenues, which are our revenues, to the general fund to help make this happen. And then I know my notes, if we fail to see the growth, it's a bad decision to fund to a minimum rate. And everyone should recognize, $500,000 is a lot of money. We're probably, this last year, what did we deplete savings, Shelley? $1 million? So, $1.5 million. But, well, again, we've cut some 15,000, 20,000 here and there.
Let me ask this question. And I'm not saying, I don't want to say this in the wrong way. Some of these are at the midpoint already.
That's right, they won't get a raise. And they won't get a raise until they reach midpoint.
That's what I'm saying. The other ones need to get to where they're at also. So we're gonna have to look at that every year.
But that's where we need elected officials doing performance evaluations.
True.
To say, hey, this person deserves more, this one's not performing at the same rate that the others are. You
Right.
know, they can look at attendance, dependability, quality, quantity, all those things as criteria. You know, if you're not here, you can't be productive.
Yeah.
You know, attendance is huge.
And this is a pretty good guideline to tell us, you know, it'll change a little bit next year, but it could be just a percentage or two.
I mean, we need to, if you do it accurately, there should be people reach midpoint at some point in time based on merit, not based on just showing up.
Right.
Okay? That's the problem with 3%. Not everybody here has the same work ethic. I'll probably get some hate mail over that.
So,
You're gonna get hate mail no matter what.
and I'm just trying to get this out there. So say one group, Pam, you're here, I'm gonna just say Pam. So county clerk,
Hold that number. No, that's not out there yet.
Disagree with mine, because of my chief deputies.
You catch what I'm saying, Adam? I don't want to give somebody false hopes or anything like that. Draw your comparison if you can without a specific number.
well, so say we do a 3%,
Okay?
but not everybody's gonna get that, but you take her amount is that 3% and her gross. Now, can she give 1.5, 1.2%, 1.1%?
Not the way we do that today.
Huh?
Not the way we do it today.
No, I'm talking about if we kind of implement a plan that you're gonna do a evaluation, she's gonna have to know a number. She can't go, I wanna give her 5,000.
Okay.
So it's-
In the corporate
Yeah,
world,
percent.
that department would generate so much money available for a raise.
Right.
Okay? The corporate world, a manager would rank those folks 1 to 10, with 1 being your top employee, 10 being your least valued, okay? Then you could take a percentage of whatever number your department generated, and you would give it to those employees accordingly.
That's-
The number 1 person should get a significant increase, number 10 might not get a raise at all.
Right.
That's real world stuff.
Right.
But to do that, you have to have department heads and elected officials that are willing to write performance evaluations every 6 months, and they should say, hey, you're doing a great job, no need for improvement. Hey, you're falling a little short here, you need to improve in this area, this area, this area. And if you're one, you're gonna have a rating review. If you're gonna be at number 10, you should have several opportunities where you've been told, hey, you need to improve here, you need to improve here, you need to improve here. If not, you're gonna be at the bottom of the list in the way we used to do it in the corporate world. And we're not the corporate world, but when you work for a company that lays off 2,000 or 3,000 a day, you knew who was gonna be cut, because number 10 out of each department was gonna be without a job.
Yeah.
You know, or if you cut a bunch,
And I just want to, that's why Pam's fixing to leave, she's retiring. But that's what I'm saying, to where them people know, that the elected official knows, you're gonna get hypothetically all them together 3%, so say $10,000. And now you gotta disperse that from best to least with that
in a
10,000.
merit-based system,
Right.
you're absolutely right. Yeah, but we haven't been doing that. Hey, you
Nobody
showed up
wants-
all year, here's your 3%.
I know.
You know,
I know.
you drug in at 8:30 the majority of the time. but
And that's
here's
how
your
we get out of
3%.
whack too,
Yeah,
truthfully. I mean,
man, you give me a serious look. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody
I'm
here
not picking
performs.
Oh, I know, I'm
At
not
all.
saying that at all. I'm just saying, I hate that my chief deputy, used to we had one chief deputy, but now that I got 2 offices, their chief deputy salary is split, right? And now they're saying they make too much, but they don't make near what like, district clerk's chief deputy.
No, reason for the salary thing. You know, if your
I don't know how
job
they compare
warrants
that to other
two
counties.
chief deputies, you know, if your job warrants 2 chief deputies, do you pay 2 chief deputies? So, and if the other office is a single chief deputy, then they're getting the same base salary. Is that not correct, HR? Yeah. Okay. Again, that's the reason we're saying this is draft. But the biggest part of this exercise today is what do we want to put in there to fund it? So if we find something acceptable, 2 weeks down the road, we can do a preliminary budget and move on. And if we can't, we can't. I mean, you know, 3-person rule.
We can,
Sorry, the fund balance between 24 and 25 dropped $1,949,000.
Okay, so where were we at, 14?
Uh,
14 million in fund balance. We do need-
14,692.
Okay, so we can take a swing at this, and what I've said all along, folks, everybody's pushing for raises and demanding more. I mean, all the departments show up wanting more, and I've said all along, we could fund you, but when we get down to the point that,
Might have to lay you off too.
I mean, but I mean, this puts it to bed.
the reason it's never been done like that is nobody wants to sit up here and hurt everybody's feelings. None of the department heads don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And we can't run government business every single day like a private business. But at some point, when it comes down to dollars and cents, that's how it has to be ran.
Yeah.
It's not popular, but that's the way it needs to be ran. You know, I've spoke up against raises every year, and I've been the devil for that. But because we couldn't afford them.
We're currently back up to 16.4. We got the $1.3 million back from FEMA for the tornado.
We finally got paid.
Mhm.
Thank the Lord above. When did that come in?
Just in the last month.
Oh wow.
Well, heck, with that being said,
I'm sorry, what?
I said, with that being said,
Took us 2 years to get paid.
I know.
2 years.
But should have been, if it was FEMA, it would have probably been 5 years.
Well, I mean,
Through
we
two
got
then.
900 from FEMA, and then we got the match from TCEQ, 300,000 from TCEQ, our 25%.
Like I said, we either address it or we push it down the road.
Well, let me say this. Let me put this in a motion. Let's put 506,196 towards that.
Well, I mean, that brought us to that brought us back whole. That's zero.
I know.
Yeah, we know this is coming out of fund balance. This is coming out of savings.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely coming out of
We'll
savings.
fund that. We'll get everybody to where the study has told us we should be
For minimum.
for minimum.
And there will be some above minimum.
There's gonna
but
be
those
some
folks
above.
that may not get raises next year.
And then in the following year, when we look at raises, that group might not get that. And it needs to be looked at it on a merit basis, not across the board.
We have a motion to fund 506, is that what you said? 506,000?
506,196 is the number.
506,196. And that's,
I know this is close.
well, but if we, at least we're budgeting something. If it's off $20,000, something we can regroup. Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Seeking. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 4-0. All right. We talked about longevity for elected. Anybody want on board with that?
I do.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Costs $32,500 to fund that for all electeds.
That's a motion.
Is that what Benny's?
No, it's not business.
We were at conference, and that was talked about a bunch down there. You know, and I agree with.
But that's
I'm just,
Well, I tell you what, after all the hate email I've gotten and all the stuff, when we start actually trying to get up here and be aggressive with our job and how everybody squirms and squeals and treats us poorly, I'm with it. That's fine. I wouldn't put that in my motion. Just that I think, my motion is to add longevity pay to elected officials. Oh, yeah, with a max of 5,000.
And I understand we need to change the policy, but that'll be.
Yes.
County, not
County
state.
only.
Won't
Yeah,
include state
yeah,
employees.
Yes, county employees.
And we need to change some policy on that.
So I lost my longevity because I was here. Now you're saying I gotta wait, only get it because I'm elected.
Because it's like you quit and came back when you got elected, different job.
I never lost a check.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just say it, I'll give that up.
It's a whole lot better than zero.
Lost 13 years.
Yeah, yeah, a lot better than zero. Did you add the max?
And you're not an employee.
Okay, anymore.
So once you stop being an employee, we take you out.
Yeah, okay. Did you had the 5,000 max?
Yes.
Okay, did you get the motion? It's to pay longevity to elected officials, county elected officials excluding state with a $5,000 max.
Is that
Add
starting
how
this
much?
year?
The same amount, is it $20 a month?
Same longevity with a $5,000 max. Okay.
Does that go at a one time a month thing, or is that 2 times? That's what I thought.
Have a motion, did I get a second? To pay longevity? What? I'll second it, but, you know. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
There's 2 times a year we get 3 paychecks, and it won't be on that third paycheck.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know that.
You're welcome. So your check will be less.
Do we get,
Any-
yeah, I understand
No,
that.
no. I think the other thing that we're lacking on now for surrounding counties have surpassed us is the retirement match. We're sitting at 205, surrounding counties are sitting at 225. And I have no position one way or another.
You didn't mention any of that.
No, no, I didn't earlier, no, and I don't have a position, I'm just telling you, well, I don't know.
I think we've already hit the budget hard enough.
That's what I think.
Well, I'd have to email the TCDRS to find out how much that costs.
No, I'm just, that's just changes, I mean, things for us to look at. Okay, we take on cars. We do not vote on the DAs and the county attorneys. Do we have a motion to eliminate the take-home cars for the county attorneys and the district attorney? We all saw the email, I guess, but
I wanted to read
that
it.
says the car has to be available. I see nothing there that says it's a take-home car.
We're not taking away the car.
We're not taking away the cars. The cars, they're here, they're available 8 to 5. If they have something planned, they need to go to the airport and pick somebody up that night, take the car. You know, but,
There's always exceptions to the rule.
yeah. But- Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Nobody wants to be a devil on that one?
I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Have a motion by Commissioner Hollowell, second by Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
What
opposed?
was the motion? I just heard you say motion, but I didn't
Aye.
hear a motion.
A motion to eliminate take-home cars for the county attorney and the district attorney's office.
To eliminate.
Okay, Jason seconded. I said all in favor say aye. I heard 3, I didn't hear 4.
Nay.
Have a nay from Commissioner Hart. Motion carries 3-1. All right. Constable's vehicle, the Tahoe and the Crown Vic. You've also seen the responsible constable's office.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna pull
I was a proponent for that when we did that. And it does make sense. I mean, what are we gonna get for the car? $3 grand? 4 maybe? I mean, is it costing us
It's costing you insurance at some point in time. It's gonna cost you tires, batteries. I would take an opposite position. If they had to go without a car a week, what's the negative impact?
I don't know. I don't know what all they, I mean, I know they serve stuff and do stuff.
Excluding emergency equipment, and I don't know how much patrol, traffic, or anything of that nature they're working. The sheriff's office has those cars that's been confiscated that are available if they use them to go serve papers and stuff like that. And we've had a constable in the past intentionally drove a different vehicle, because if you pull out there in a constable's vehicle, they won't come to the door.
Yeah.
So I don't, and again, I'm not terribly hung up.
I just don't think that's a huge amount of money that we're spending there, but that's just my 2 cents on it. I mean,
At the end of the day, it's gonna be just like the one we just did. Don't sit here all night, which it already does. Don't get used unless, I mean, right, it sits over in the parking lot. It's just an extra vehicle. Right?
Does it
It'll
sit
be a
here
little
or at the
different than the
sheriff's
DA's county attorneys, because I would like to think they all use theirs during the day to some degree. You know, again,
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
not
it's-
eliminating them. I mean, I'm sure we all saw the email from county attorney that TICO rule says there has to be a vehicle available. It's absolutely available. We didn't eliminate them. We did not eliminate anything.
Whenever we did it, I thought we were gonna get rid of the extra vehicle.
Yeah,
That was originally how it was, but it had to come back to another court, and it never did. I don't care one way or the other, but I think, I'd really like to see how much has been utilized if we don't get rid of it. All the nickels and dimes out of it. And it's mismanagement if we let all the nickels and dimes just sit there nickel and dime.
well, it's costing you insurance.
But it's just liability, isn't it? We don't carry full coverage on a 20-year-old car.
You know, I don't, guys, I'm here. A motion, no action. I mean, it would be inconsistent with our thought process that, what we've been doing.
That was my only thing, was inconsistency.
Yeah. And again, to me, it's no reflection on performance. We're taking a critical look at the budget. We're trying to cut some cost to add some cost. And if
Are we
they
gonna
start,
sell the car? Is that what we're gonna do?
I wouldn't sell these others,
No.
but I would absolutely surplus that one.
Does
There's sometimes selling the
anybody,
tires are right now.
does any other hand-me-down department need a car? Is maintenance good? Is
That's what I
IT
say,
good?
wasn't Darryl wanting that?
I think Darryl wanted it from this last year.
That's somebody, yeah.
Well, and I think that Constable made it clear he'd rather have the Crown than have the Tahoe.
Well, he makes good points in his email.
Oh,
Give him that.
yep, I mean,
It just, it wasn't what we agreed on when we,
well, and I don't think that he understood. I thought we intended for him to use the Tahoe, that what he understood is it would sit there and he would continue to use the Crown Vic because he's partial to that Crown Vic. He likes that Crown Vic.
hey, that's the best car on the road.
So,
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it one way or the other.
okay, nobody has any real concerns? Somebody give my motion, no action, something, I mean, like I said, it's inconsistent with what we've done up to this point. We're doing a lot of lines, that's it, and we already know people are upset,
At least it's not a take-home car.
no, it's not a take-home car, and if his reserve starts using it, it will cost us money. Remember, in his email, he suggested they're using 2 cars to go do something, It says his reserve is used to, sounds like, I may have misread, but
No, just when there's cars were in the shop, they used it.
okay, there was something else.
Oh, whenever his deputy came out to help, they had 2 on scene.
Yeah.
A writ of possession, whatever that is.
That's the same thing basically that we done whenever we went to the storage buildings. We tore them down. Okay, all right. I hear nothing. Take no action.
On the, okay, we're done with that. On the motion for the salaries and stuff, did we talk about the penny from Road and Bridge? We're gonna talk about all that later?
Well, that'll come to tax rate. time.
Okay, that's
When
what I
we
thought.
actually
I was
set
just
the
making
rate.
sure. Yep, I was making sure.
But, do you want to fund any salary out of Road and Bridge? For your employees?
Yeah, it's my decision. I'd want to give my guys raises, yeah.
Huh?
I'd want to give my guys raises for sure.
Okay, well, that'd be the time to speak up.
Oh, okay.
Are we doing a half cent?
He
I'm
said
sorry?
he said we'd talk about that at tax rate time, but if I wanted to talk to my guys getting the cost of living raise, I would need to say something about that right now.
Out of Road and Bridge money, not general.
Yes,
fund.
road and bridge money, yes. Yes, I would give my guys a raise.
Need motions, guys. Motions or no actions or whatever.
And while I'm on that subject, I would like to, what's the separation pay for the foremans?
$200
to 2,400.
$200 a month.
I would like to raise that $100 a month too.
You
Sorry.
don't have to abuse me.
I'm trying not to. I don't know if any of y'all have ever thought about that. I mean, our foremans are,
Did you say pay for performance?
no,
It's
raise our
foreman.
foremans
Oh.
in my hillbilly accent. Yeah. I just,
Kind of like our chief deputies.
yeah, I would like to add at least 100 to the foremans. If we could, I know it has to be a across the board thing. If y'all want to think about that one too. I would add way more than that, but it's just not feasible. I don't know if
That's
y'all.
one, like I said, you're talking about your own budgets. You're
Yep.
not, again, it's not adversely affecting or taking away from anybody in general fund.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt the rest of the county.
You know, if some of you concerned about your fund balances, then that may be,
But I assume like if I do it, it has to be all of us, or can I do it and then if I'm voted off the island, it goes back to the revert?
all the same right
Huh?
now. They're not all the same right now.
Oh,
all the formulas.
okay.
So what do you think the formulas should make a year?
You know, if they're getting they're getting a $200 stipend over everybody else, I mean, I would think it needs to be at least 3 or 4. It's just my opinion, what they do versus the other guys. You know.
That's not a stipend, right? We don't call it.
Not a stipend,
Called
but
lead pay.
It's not on their, it's not included in their salary.
Yeah,
It's additional pay.
it's an additional pay.
But right now, we're Tech 1, Tech 2, and Tech 3 are all the same number. Well, it'll take a little bit for us to get that
They need to be looked at.
where it needs to be,
yeah,
especially hiring somebody in.
it might take, 10
Couple
years to
years.
step all that out.
Yeah.
Well, and probably every person I have right now, if we broke out Tech 3, would be a Tech 3 person. Can't pay them that.
Yeah.
You know, I would look at some number, 2%, 3% across your employees, $100 a month for their
I've got-
performance.
Some guys got a CDL, some guys don't, but some guys can't run a blade like the guy without a CDL. I mean, there's,
No, I mean, and that's
See.
where you go back and say, hey, you're a Tech 1, you're a Tech 2, you're a Tech 3.
Yeah.
Just because you have a CDL doesn't make you a Tech 3,
right.
you know. And I'm sure you guys, my guys came out of the oil fields and stuff of that nature. They're pretty savvy on equipment, maintenance, mechanical skills.
That's something I need to take care of right now, as far as that.
You
Can
want
I
it in the
deal with
budget?
that at budget?
You want it in the budget?
Yeah.
How you gonna get a budget to fund if you don't put a number there?
Right, okay. Well,
For
That's
Elizabeth,
just-
I would like to, I guess,
we don't blow down the water.
yeah. Well, I mean, I would like to see all the road and bridge hands get 3%. Is anybody else thinking that? I mean, I don't want to, can't make that part unfair. I don't know. What are y'all thinking on your guys?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
I'm playing coordinator right now.
I understand. I understand. I don't know if I need to vote for precinct 2 or vote for everybody.
You can make a motion.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion that the road and bridge employees receive a 3% cost of living raise out of the road and bridge fund.
Have a motion, can you hear it, Pam? Road and bridge employees receive a 3% increase from, road and bridge budget.
Do you want to do that in evaluation status, or you want to do it across the board?
Well, this year we've done everything. You can't incorporate a evaluation between now and October the 1st. We'll have to do all the evaluation stuff, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna
start-
do mine flat or fair.
Well, we can do it however we want, though, can't we, even if it's in there? Or not?
I wouldn't. I think what he's saying, if Jason says do 3% across the board, Adam would like to take the 3% allotted to his department and split it up. I wouldn't do that until we've done that countywide. Because what will happen, you'll get in trouble there because you have no documentation to support 1/10.
Right, well, that's why I'm asking.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, that does.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Arnold. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 4-0.
I'd like to put another $200 a month onto my foreman pay. If I can do that in my budget. Huh?
You are mumbling.
I'm sorry. I would like to put another $200 on my foreman pay in my budget.
All right, let's do something here, guys.
He wants to put another $200 on his foreman's pay.
Foreman.
In his budget.
My lead. Huh? Yes.
Just clarify.
Yes. monthly.
Okay.
On my lead pay.
But let's be sure we don't have some division here.
That's what I was.
We need to be sure, whatever we do with foreman, it's all equal.
And that's what I was asking a few minutes ago,
Yeah, I don't want somebody's foreman making more,
and I'd be happy with at least 100. We can do that.
and I say, I mean, we're doing, I would say $100.
I'm great with $100.
Over. So that puts everybody at, I'm not even gonna ask what everybody's foreman's is making. $300
Yeah.
a month, lead pay. Did I cut anybody's pay? Okay, we didn't cut anybody's pay, nobody disclosed that their guy's just getting $100.
So Jason's changing his
I would change my motion to change all the lead pay to $300 a month.
Yeah.
300 total.
foreman or lead?
Lead, whatever we call it.
Same difference.
Is it lead foreman?
Yeah, yeah.
Same difference.
Okay.
Really, it
But I
should be
got it
foreman.
worded.
It
I
should be
understand.
foreman.
Make it foreman.
Okay. And again, it's gonna look like all the commissioners took care of themselves. Again, we're trying to help and make something happen for everybody.
So this is
And
for
what we do out of road and bridge,
commissioners?
Yes.
doesn't impact general fund money. We're helping general fund money by transitioning our revenues, or a portion of our revenues, to general fund so that we can benefit everyone. Okay, I have a motion.
Chelsea said he needs to repeat that one.
I didn't understand it, so.
Well, it went like this.
Y'all said 300, 100, 400, 200, 300.
Okay.
What?
We have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs that we increase foreman's pay to $300 per month, each precinct, equal across the board. Do we have a second?
Heck,
I have a peace sign for a second and a motion.
give it to me. That's a second.
Second by Commissioner Sicking. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
What's the matter, Pam?
That's your fault.
You got it, Pam?
I don't know who to think that second.
Okay.
We're getting delirious.
But when you say across the board, you mean like across the board, all commissioner precincts?
In other words, all of us, each of our,
Yes, I just want to word it.
We have to do it the same.
okay,
Across the board, each.
guys, I hate that everybody won't be happy. We're not done. I think we're done for today, unless y'all just have something else.
Never made a motion or no action on the constable, Tahoe, and Victoria.
Yeah, leave it as is. It sounds to me like he can keep,
Got a table.
Just table it,
no, we don't table, we have to bring it back. No action.
no action. Okay.
Or, well, did we deny, do we need to, we didn't deny any of them last time. We said we'd come back and talk to them, right? So we don't need to go, revoting. Okay, you're gonna get us some numbers for, you guys want any options other than the 506? I'm hearing no.
Spent the money, let's do it.
Yeah, okay. You good, Elizabeth? You got all those? I mean, that's a whole lot. I'm telling you folks, with what we've managed today, the county judge, we need to go back at some point and talk about car allowances for the county judge and the JP. I lean toward setting a salary, and basically we'll take some allowance money, car allowance money, move it into a salary line so it'll be properly depicted. I mean, we can talk to that if you guys want to. It's part of, put that to bed. And we'll be real close next week to being done. Come on, computer. I don't think this will take very long. Elizabeth, guys, I'm going to suggest that we set the JP's salaries at 72977.
Say that again.
I suggest we set the JP salary at 72977. Eliminate the $6,000 car allowance. You put them on the IRS mileage rate, which will vary from year to year. Is it IRS mileage rate? Shelley, is that the correct IRS mileage rate? Okay, and eliminate the car allowances.
Okay.
Did you already do that?
What?
Did you already do that last time?
No, we did not.
They talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about eliminating the car allowances, but
No, y'all made motions.
We voted on it.
I have it right here.
Because that's what I was gonna tell you, y'all talked about the county judge's budget, about his car allowance increasing to 24, increase supplies and conference to 4,000, and increase miscellaneous. Then when you made the motion, you
you motion to just budget $6,000 for mileage reimbursement instead of car allowance for the county judge, Justin Peace Precinct 1 and Justin Peace Precinct 2 at the standard mileage rate each year.
Right.
Okay,
That part's been
I would
done.
make the motion, we retract all of that and simplify it.
Can I ask you something about your motion?
Yes.
On the, can it still be called a car allowance, but we only pay it on mileage?
No.
Okay. The reason I bring that up, in a very good conversation with Judge Henry, he brought up an example of during the tornado in my precinct, he went in to handle inquest, and he tore a tire on his truck that night. If we only go to mileage, would there be a way if he were to? So I was wondering if he could do dual roll, so if something like that were to happen again, he can replace the tire and not just be mileage.
Well, I think, first off, I have visited with Judge Henry. He's good with this.
Okay.
Well, I mean.
Well, I'm just saying if there's another way to
The problem is
it's got to be one or the other.
allowance has always been indicators, oh, that's part of the salary. So it's not been properly reflected.
100%.
Okay, and when we got to running these numbers, there was significant discrepancy in what they were having to spend. So we need, for clarification, put the dollars where they're being spent.
I agree, because that's the.
Okay, so.
I was just wondering if that could be a thing. 'Cause
No. No. And I don't know what the, I mean, like I visited with Judge Henry.
I understand.
I mean, is everybody happy? Is it a pay cut? Yeah, you know, but
So what was the motion you made?
I made the motion that we set the JP's, both JP's salary at, did I say 72,977?
Mm-hmm.
72,977.
Yeah, set it at 72977, eliminate the $6,000 in the budget. Basically, it's transitioning into the salary line minus estimated mileage. So that's how we got it. So he will have a 72,977 base salary, and then if he, depending on his mileage, you know, it's $1,100, $1,200 a year.
That's just so random.
It's the right number.
I got you. I see it. It adds up on one end. It's just random. I was telling him his math is random on how he set his salaries. None of the numbers make sense except for making a whole on the
All
mileage.
right, I made a motion.
Second.
I got a second by Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0. Now then, on the county judge. We need to set the county judge's salary at the, where's the one compared to where we were? County judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
5,000 above.
What's the number?
83,160.
It was 5809, too much. Okay, it's what?
83,163 is
Okay. We will set the, and that's $5,000 less than it's paying today. Right?
Yep.
No, wait, right now it's $88,000, right? And it'll go to 83. Something, never mind, I confused it, okay. Okay. 83. 83,163. And eliminate car allowance and utilize mileage.
Based on the salary study. discussed any of that?
Did I do a motion? I got the motions, votes, we're good to go?
No, your motion, I don't know if anybody seconded it. I'm sitting here thinking about it. I just said
Repeat
based on the
those
salary
numbers, please.
study.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Do
Bring
what,
the
Matt?
judge from 88,252 to 83,163.
83,163, base salary. Car allowance goes away. And they'll submit for mileage at the IRS rate. Right, that was the motion. Do we have a second? Second, Commissioner Seeking, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Nay. You say nay? Motion carries 3-1.
I'm just discuss. I have a reasoning behind it.
Look, see.
I understand. I'm good. Every once in a while, we can vote against it.
Okay. All right. That's going to get us, I'll go back, you guys go back, look and see what we haven't discussed. So make sure we don't miss anything. And maybe we can pass a preliminary next court. Anybody see anything obvious, anticipate any need to change anything? Let's talk about it if we do, and I mean, let's get it out there, you know, get all the skeletons out of the closet.
I think that we have kicked it in the teeth.
Again, I gotta give Elizabeth some cover. This is a draft. She may end up finding something off, and if she does, then we can regroup. You know, we're gonna get complaints, bound to, even more when they figure out who's not getting raises, you know. So, anybody wanna make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by commissioners. Do you wanna add something to the budget before we go?
No, I want to adjourn.
Oh, you want to adjourn? All right. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Snuggs. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Art.
Hi, guys.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Second by Commissioner Art. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Yay.
Matt said nay.
Matt said nay. Motion carries 4-0.
Let's put the time in there.
You heard me say that this
What
year.
time do you do that, Gary?
What?
What time do you do that?
My computer says 3:52.
For a minute, I put